Good afternoon, everybody. It's Tuesday, April 26, 2022. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I would like to welcome you to the special city council meeting, and I'm calling the meeting to order. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troops? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, item number 2, land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respect to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, city clerk reports and statement of conflict. Madam City Clerk, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm well. Thank you, Mayor. How are you?
Great, thank you. Please go ahead.
Mayor Salimi,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I'll note for the record is not here. Councilmember Tave,
here.
Councilmember Toms,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, here. City Manager Murray,
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on April 21st at 5 p.m. with all legally required notices. There were no written comments received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on agenda items this evening? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Then I will move on to item number 4, which is citizen to be heard. Do we have any public comment either in person or via Zoom tonight?
Thank you. We have one in-person comment for, looks like that's actually a different item. Do you have any virtual comments?
No, there are no virtual comments.
Perfect. That will conclude item number 4, public comments. And I will move on to item number 5, which is the workshop items. 5A, fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund baseline budget. And tonight we'll have a report from Director Hillary. Good evening, ma'am, and welcome back to the City Council in person. How are you?
Good evening, I'm well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Salimi, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, members of the City Council. Members of the council, city staff, and members of the public who joined us for this special meeting of the City Council. For this item, I will provide an overview of the general fund baseline budget for the fiscal year 22-23. So the recommendation for this item is for the City Council to receive a report on the fiscal year 22-23 baseline budget and to direct staff to evaluate council member requests for potential budget deletions and additions. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. So this presentation consists of 4 main components. That includes the baseline budget. We'll also have department presentations where each city department head will provide an overview of their department's operations, as well as some key accomplishments and upcoming projects for the fiscal year 22-23. I'll also provide a preview of the survey results for the Pinole Community Priority Survey that was launched on April 21st. And then staff is recommending that the council goes through the exercise of requesting any budget modifications for consideration. Just to provide some key dates for the development of the budget and the long-term financial plan as we go through this process, we're starting with the special meeting tonight. You'll receive information on the preliminary proposed long-term financial plan, as well as the baseline budget for the operating budget and the capital improvement plan. On May 3rd, staff will return with the preliminary proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget. On May 17th, staff will present the revised proposed long-term financial plan that will incorporate any changes as directed by the council, and also the preliminary proposed 5-year capital improvement plan. On June 7th, we'll return with the revised proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget, as well as the capital improvement plan. And we are recommending that the City Council adopt the final proposed long-term financial plan at that meeting. And then that leads to the June 21st meeting. Staff recommends that the council adopts the final proposed documents at that meeting. So to provide an overview of the general fund baseline budget, happy to report that the baseline budget position is favorable. And what that means is that the general fund, which includes the Measure S 2006 and 2014, Measure S 2014, that ongoing revenues are sufficient to cover ongoing expenditures. So the baseline budget has been adjusted for any one-time items and for revenues and also for expenditures. And we look at how our ongoing expenditures measure up to the revenues. And those show that indicate that we do have a balanced baseline budget. The baseline budget excludes any non-recurring items, and it also serves as the starting point for the fiscal year 22-23 budget, as well as the long-term financial forecast, which covers 5 years. And so the 22-23 baseline budget is the first year of that forecast. So the city uses the structurally balanced budget policy as a guidepost for the budget development each year. The policy applies to the general fund as well as the Measure S funds. And it is direct staff to create a proposed general fund operating budget that is structurally balanced. And what that means is the revenues are sufficient to either match the expenditures or exceed expenditures. It's also to ensure the sustainability of service and expenditure levels by requiring that ongoing general fund operating expenditures be funded by ongoing revenues. So the definition of recurring revenues are those that the city can reasonably expect to continue to receive on an annual basis over the next 5 to 10 years. For most of the city's resources, we've received those far beyond 10 years. And that includes the tax revenues or fines and fees, interest income, licenses and permits, charges for services. Those are some examples of the recurring revenues that the city receives. For recurring expenditures, Those are the ongoing costs that relates to ongoing city services and activities. That includes salaries and benefits for full-time permanent staff, also includes utilities, maintenance, just to name a few, and as well as mandated agreements. An example of that would be the animal control services that the city contracts with Contra Costa County to provide. Just a few examples of the non-recurring items. Those are typically one-time in nature, such as the sale of property, which we had in fiscal year 21-22. The non-recurring expenditures are costs that are related to activities that are not ongoing. So for example, the council directed initiatives that were added to the fiscal year 21-22 budget would be considered non-recurring expenditures. Also, the staff recommended budget additions for special projects and special programs. An example of that would be the items that were added to the budget during November of 2021 for a number of critical vehicles and large pieces of equipment. Those are all non-recurring. And then capital projects are non-recurring in nature. They typically span several years between the beginning and completion of the project. However, the project itself is typically non-recurring. So when putting together the baseline budget, we start with our budget assumptions. We look at the current year's budgets and we make adjustments around that using a number of assumptions. We have several bases of assumptions that we use to come up with the growth rates. So the growth rates that you see in the third column indicates the change between the fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. And we have a number of resources that we use for those. So we do consult with HDL to provide us with property tax and sales tax projections, as well as the motor vehicle in lieu fee projections. We use trend analysis for a number of items, including the UUT, franchise tax, or transient occupancy tax, business license. And we typically look at the past 3 to 5 years. In addition to that, we will refer to publications and information that are put out by other agencies in terms of what's happening in the various industries to determine the growth rates for those items. For charges for services, the city has an interagency agreement with the city of Hercules and the city of San Pablo for dispatch services. So the growth rate there is determined by that agreement. And then for other revenues, that includes everything else, such as our permits and fees and licenses and so on. And we use trend analysis for that as well. And then for transfers in, there is a formula that the city established for the transfer of funds from the pension trust to the general fund to offset the rise in pension costs. For our expenditure budget assumptions, we rely on our labor agreements or the memorandums of understanding with the various bargaining units to determine the growth rates. There's typically the cost of living adjustment, and we've used the 3% adjustment here. For benefits, we refer to our CalPERS valuation reports, which provides us the annual rates as well as an additional 5 years. So we use those reports for not only the annual budget, but also for the long-term forecast. For our other benefits, which includes medical, vision, dental, insurance premiums for workers' compensation, and also for general liability, we have rate schedules that are provided by other agencies, including CalPERS and the Municipal Pooling Authority. For the other categories of operations and maintenance, as well as capital outlay, we use the inflation factor of 3% for both of those. For debt service, we refer to our debt payment schedule. And then for transfers out, those are based on a flat dollar amount to support other departments. The majority of that is transferred to the recreation department, as their costs are not able to be fully recovered in the fees that are charged for those services. And so the general fund does subsidize that department and also provides a subsidy to the Pinole Community Television and funds some of the city's annual events. So that's included in the transfers out. So to translate those assumptions to numbers, what we see here is a comparison of the fiscal year 21-22 versus the fiscal year 22-23 baseline budgets. These have both been adjusted for any non-recurring revenues. For example, in fiscal year 21-22, we did back out $600,000 for the one-time sale of property. As for the total, we see that the baseline budget totals $23.3 million. And it's about a 7% increase from the previous fiscal year. And on the expenditure side, we've also adjusted for one-time expenditures, mainly capital projects that were funded by general fund unassigned fund balance and also the Measure S unassigned fund balance. And that gives us a total of $23.5 million for expenditures. And the result is a net deficit of about $164,000, which is pretty minimal compared to the overall budget. And so what this means is that our overall baseline budget is structurally balanced. And one thing that we would use this for is for the $164,000 deficit, we would address that through the annual budget process to ensure that the budget balances. So for the next component of this presentation, we're going to go to department presentations. As I mentioned, the departments will give an overview of their operations and functions, key accomplishments, and upcoming projects. We wanted to add this section to the budget presentation to go a bit beyond the numbers, but to also provide some context to the numbers in the form of providing overviews of what the departments are responsible for and the services that they provide to the community. So with that, we will start with the city manager department.
Right. Thank you very much, Director Guillory. So these department overviews are going to all follow the same format. We're going to talk about the major services and functions, as well as some of the key accomplishments of the current fiscal year and some things that are ahead of us for the next fiscal year. So the scope of the city manager's department is relatively narrow. Our major services and functions are the following. We support the city council in the development of laws and policies, and then we implement those laws and policies for the city and oversee the city's operations. We have established some clearer responsibility as a result of the recent reorganization for a few citywide functions, and those include the city manager's department is now responsible for coordinating citywide communication and engagement and making sure that it's coordinated and consistent across departments, leading intergovernmental relationships and relations and legislative advocacy. The city manager's department has overseen the IT function of the city. The IT division mostly works through our contract IT service provider, Precision. And one of the important functions of the city manager department is to lead strategic planning and organizational assessment. So those are the major services and functions. Some of the key accomplishments in the current fiscal year, which we're coming close to concluding, is our implementation of the new org structure. The city manager's department and the city manager have been responsible for hiring to fill a number of key city leadership positions, which we've done. We've started to expand communication engagement through the use of new tools and techniques. And we've completed a number of strategic plan strategies, including we will complete the IT plan before the end of the fiscal year, and we'll complete a new communication and engagement plan before the end of the fiscal year. We're also working with the city attorney's office and the finance department to support the city council in its consideration of a potential new revenue measure and other mechanisms. Finally, some of the key priorities and projects for the upcoming fiscal year is to assess city operations for diversity, equity, and inclusion and implement improvements where they're needed, to complete the strategic plan strategy of establishing an interagency legislative advocacy program related to intergovernmental relations, and also as an ongoing effort, continue to implement best practices across the organization. It's a quick overview of the city manager department. Happy to answer any questions, or we're ready to move on to the next.
So good evening. So I'll be providing the overview for the city attorney's department. The major function of the city attorney's department, the city attorney is the chief legal officer for the city of Pinole, and that includes all commissions and committees. We provide legal advice to the city council, city officials, and staff. That includes all of the department heads, planning commissioners when they have questions about the Brown Act, the Public Records Act, conflicts of interest. So we provide all legal advice to all the elected officials and staff. We prepare and review ordinances resolutions, contracts that are entered into by the city. And we represent the city in affirmative claims. So that's when the city brings legal action for a grievance or when the city has been damaged in some way. And we also defend the city when the city has been sued or receives claims from individuals or entities that have been alleged damages against the city. We advise on risk management and city policy development. So if there are policy considerations and changes that are being adopted, the city attorney's office will advise on the legality of changes that occur in city policies. And then we also advise on the city's compliance with the municipal code, our own municipal code here in Pinole. I'd encourage everyone to take a look at the municipal code. It's on the city's website, and it provides a range of rules and regulations that are local and unique to the city of Pinole. And we also advise on compliance with state and federal laws, many of which change regularly, and we have to make adjustments to comply. So just on some of the key accomplishments from the past year, the city attorney's office helped prepare and draft the organics reduction and recycling ordinance for the city's compliance with SB 1383. The city attorney's office has managed and coordinated the city's defense of affirmative litigation, in particular the PG&E's bankruptcy proceeding and a number of other litigation matters. So if the public sees closed session items that are agendized on the city council meeting agenda, that's usually to discuss sometimes anticipated or potential litigation, existing litigation. And so there's active cases that we manage for the city. We prepare updates to the city's ordinances, in particular this most recent year, regulating the use and sale of fireworks. So the city attorney's office is the staff lead for the municipal code update subcommittee. So when the city council proposes ordinances that are to be adopted and changed by for the city, that goes to the municipal code update subcommittee. The city attorney's office is the staff lead on that. And we've been working closely with our subcommittee members on moving those ordinances forward. We have been advising throughout the pandemic on compliance with the COVID-related health orders, in particular AB 361 as it impacts public meetings, and then all the impacts on the workplace and labor issues related to COVID, the health order compliance. And as mentioned, the staff lead for the municipal code update subcommittee. For the upcoming year, we will be preparing a number of different ordinances and resolutions to address city priorities. We have a long list of ordinances that will be coming before the municipal code update subcommittee. And so we're kind of prioritizing those and bringing those forward for the city council consideration. We will continue to advise the city council and prepare related materials for the potential charter city ballot measure. That's obviously something that will be for further discussion of the council, and we're advising on that. We're providing legal advice and representation on all the various development projects that are ongoing and at various stages in the application process within the city, Pinole Shores 2, and the disposition of city properties. And then continuing to manage our existing litigation and claims for efficient resolution and recovery. I just wanted to mention, this is my last slide, but I wanted to mention I do have an assistant city attorney, Alex Mogg, who many of you guys know. He staffs the planning commission meetings and does a great job. I also have a team of about 10 other attorneys, some of whom represent the city on various litigation matters. Jesse Ladd, who advises on labor and employment, Stephanie Downs on real property matters, Erica Gonzalez, Shannon Pierce, who advise on just general public law related matters. So I have a team of attorneys who work with me and work efficiently to meet the legal service needs of the city, but we bring them in on an as needed basis. So they only work on matters as needed for the city. Thank you.
Jump right in. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. I'm Heather Bell. I'm the city clerk, and I run a small but mighty department. We are a 2-member team currently, myself and my wonderful deputy city clerk, Roxanne Stone. We have a vacancy in the admin secretary position. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to highlight the work that we do. I think most people are familiar with the support that we do for council meetings, but we do quite a lot more. So with that, I'll jump into our slides. So our major services and functions, I serve as the elections official with the support of my team and conduct all city elections in compliance with the California Elections Code. We also serve as a custodian of records for the city and coordinate a citywide records management program. We serve as the city's FPPC filing officer and provide support to staff and elected officials on form submission. We also take care of administration of the city's Public Records Act program, which I can report in 1 year. We finally have some data to report. We had 300 requests in 1 year, so it's a growing program all the time. We provide city council meeting support. We take care of agenda packet management for the city council and finance subcommittee. We maintain the city's legislative record, resolutions, ordinances, and of course, the codification of the Pinole Municipal Code. And we aim to provide excellent customer services to members of the community. And in addition to these main functions, we also handle inquiries from the public for general city information. We support staff by doing records research. We publish legal notices. We record documents of the county and more. So we stay busy, that's for sure. I'm going to go into our key accomplishments for fiscal year 2021-22. We were able to implement new online self-service software for our Public Records Act requests to add efficiency and transparency to our processes. We filled the new deputy city clerk position. Yay. We planned and implemented improvements to virtual public meeting, the public meeting model for the city council, which is then also being taken on by our boards and commissions. We also conducted recruitment for the Planning Commission, Community Services Commission, and Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee. And our last slide, our key priorities and projects for the upcoming year. So we plan to implement public meeting agenda management software and improve some of our internal processes to help us with meeting management. We have an ongoing assessment and oversight of hybrid meetings for the city council and again, our boards and commissions as that evolves. And we plan to update our citywide records retention schedule. We're already working on that. Preparing for what we're going to need to do to bring that to council. And we're going to coordinate with other departments on record management projects. We have a great new team of folks who are excited about this. So we're also very excited about this work. And lastly, we're going to consolidate our election effort with the county to conduct our municipal election of our 3 city council seats. So that was brief. In conclusion, you'll notice there's a lot of variety in our responsibilities. But a lot of what we do aims to increase transparency and facilitate access to government and public meetings. So if you have any questions or would like to know more about what we do, please reach out. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm up here. Good evening. I'm Lily Whalen, the Community Development Director. The Community Development Department is comprised of 6 divisions and a current staffing level of 7 full-time positions. The planning division processes land use and development applications and administers the general plan, specific plans, and zoning code. The building division issues building permits for new construction and alteration and performs inspections. The code enforcement division investigates and resolves health, safety, and nuisance issues. The affordable housing division assists investing resources to support affordable housing and ensures the projects are in compliance with their long-term agreements. The redevelopment successor agency division is responsible for closing out activities of the agency by administering remaining obligations. And then finally, the economic development division creates and implements economic development strategies. Next slide, please. There were 6 major categories of key accomplishments over the last fiscal year in the Community Development Department. We reorganized the department, created new housing and economic development divisions, and separated community development from public works. We performed our routine development services by issuing planning permits for commercial and residential projects, issuing building permits, performing inspections, opening and closing code enforcement cases, and we also initiated enforcement of tobacco retailers regulations. We initiated streamlining our permitting processes and resolved the permitting backlog by implementing Solar Tuesdays. We developed new processes and procedures. We adjusted our internal procedures for efficiencies and initiated the process to update our permitting software. We also collaborated on municipal code amendments to clarify and improve code enforcement procedures. Slide, please. We supported the provision of affordable housing by facilitating the entitlement and building permit approval for 179 units of affordable senior rental housing. We processed entitlements for 33 affordable veterans units and 31 low and moderate income for sale condominium units. We also participated in the marketing and sale of a number of city properties. We conducted long-range planning activities by completing a greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We're at the tail end of that right now. Solicited proposals and kicked off updates to the city's housing, health and safety, and creation of a new environmental justice element. We also developed and solicited proposals for the preparation of a climate action plan. And finally, we kicked off economic development by developing program design parameters to launch the Pinole Perks Community Gift Card. We re-engaged with the Chamber of Commerce, and we are assisting with overseeing the development of the comprehensive economic development strategy. Next slide, please. Fiscal year, we have 5 key buckets of priorities. The first is to be a thriving department by creating succession and growth opportunities for staff, eliminating the need for outsourced inspectors, developing a routine reporting mechanism for transparent activities of the department, and engaging a Climate Corps fellow for sustainability initiatives. Next is to continue to streamline our services and provide excellent customer service. We are recommending a significant upgrade and migration of our current outdated permitting system to the latest version with significant enhancements for paperless permitting. We would like to continue to develop policies and procedures and create flowcharts, forms, and how-to guides. We will be launching a completely automated solar permitting software in addition to waste management tracking software to improve the customer experience, comply with state regulations, and reduce staff time. We'll also be identifying options for remote and confidential reporting of code enforcement issues. We'll be making progress on long-range initiatives, completing updates to the general plan by May of next year, in addition to developing the first climate action plan and the creation of a historic preservation ordinance. We'll also release an RFP to streamline development projects and evaluate updates to the general plan and specific plan. Next, we will perform critical development services by updating the building code with the updated building code standards later this year, conduct our 4-year review of contracts for building permit plan check, and convert paper records to touchless access. We will also support the provision of affordable housing by facilitating the building permit process for 3 large housing projects received last year. And then lastly, we'll be conducting economic development activities by implementing, monitoring, and reporting successes of the Pinole Perks program, implementing the economic development strategy, and continuing to partner with the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. And with that, I will now hand it off to Community Services.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, and members of the public. This evening, I will review the major services and functions for the department, for recreation specifically. So the administration division provides management and coordination of the department's activities. The special events subdivision serves as the single point of contact for private organizations that would like to hold events in the city and or receive some form of support or sponsorship for their event. The recreation division contains 6 subdivisions: Park and Recreation Administration, Senior Center, Youth Center, Tiny Tots, Swim Center, Tennis Court, and Memorial Hall. The Parks and Recreation Subdivision provides management and coordination of all Park and Recreation Division activities, including park rules and policies, park permits and reservations, and park planning. Through the Tiny Tots Youth Center and Senior Center, the division offers recreational and enrichment programs and events for all age groups. Next slide. There's some key accomplishments that we had in this fiscal year. We created a reopening plan to resume in-person programs at the Youth Center, Senior Center, and Tiny Tots during the pandemic. We maintained operations during the pandemic through in-person programs, community special events, as well as the creation of opportunities for community engagement during the pandemic. Implemented a to-go lunch program and food fundraiser at the senior center. Implementation of the monthly drive-through food distribution with over 225 participants per event. And this was a partnership with the food bank of Contra Costa and Solano. The parks, baseball field, and tennis courts provided a gathering space and exercise outlet for the community during the pandemic. Some key priorities and projects for this upcoming fiscal year will be to reopen recreation programs to full capacity prior to the pandemic, and also the implementation of the anti-tobacco year. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So present the finance department. So finance is responsible for accounting operations of the city. That includes accounts payables. We run the weekly check run to pay our vendors. We're also responsible for accounts receivable. That includes revenue collections for all of our major sources of revenue, as well as other revenues that come into the city. So properly accounting for those on the city's books. We also process the biweekly payroll for the city and account for that, and also conduct audits at year end and at various times throughout the fiscal year. And we also work with our auditors to prepare the year end financial statements, or what is known as the annual comprehensive financial report. Finance is also responsible for budget management and long range financial planning. For purchasing, for treasury management, which includes managing the city's cash that is held in various bank accounts and making sure that we are tracking and monitoring that. That includes some investment duties as well, which we invest in the local agency investment fund, or also known as LAIF. And we also invest in a number of long-term instruments as well for the funds that sit in the general reserve. We're also responsible for debt and bond administration, so making sure that payments are made timely and accurately for outstanding bond issuances. And also responsible for business license administration. That includes new licenses as well as annual renewals of business licenses. We also set the rates for the business license fee according to the city's ordinance. And then lastly, finance is responsible for the preparation of the recognized obligation payment schedule, or the ROPS, for the successor agency to the Pinole Redevelopment Agency. And we submit the ROPS to those oversight agencies, including the county and the California Department of Finance. So overall, we're responsible for the financial management of the city's funds and to ensure proper stewardship of the city's funds. Some of the finance department's key accomplishments over the last year included administering the second round of the Pinole Small Business Assistance Program and provided $3,000 grants to 76 small businesses in Pinole. This was a continuation of the first program, which granted $1,000 grants to businesses. And we used the portion of the ARPA funding for that program. We completed the strategic plan strategy of developing a long-term financial plan, working very closely with the city manager and using that to guide budget and financial decisions. We conducted a comprehensive user fee study and cost allocation plan, which is currently underway and expected to be completed by the end of this fiscal year. We hosted a special workshop to educate the public on the city's various tax revenue sources. Implemented a number of new forms of public engagement to enhance the community engagement and budget processes, as well as the long-term financial plan and the capital improvement plan. And one of those tools that we used was the Balancing Act, which is an online budgeting tool to conduct surveys to get the community input. We've also had a number of special meetings for the American Rescue Plan, Act Fund, budget meetings, and so on. And outreach also included sending mailers out to all addresses in the city. We received the Budget Excellence Award from the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers and also the Financial or Excellence in Financial Reporting Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. And the city has continued to receive that each year, both of those each year. And then lastly, we received an unqualified opinion for the annual financial statements. And what that means is that the statements were accurately and appropriately stated without indicating any misstatements, and also in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles. Fiscal year 22-23, we have a number of projects that we're looking forward to. That includes assisting with the implementation of an online payment platform. This is in collaboration with other city departments, including community development. This is to provide customers with the option of paying city fees online as opposed to the traditional way. And also finance is going to be assisting with establishing a program to evaluate grant opportunities and capacity and reporting on those regularly. We'll be exploring an array of revenue generation and opportunities to cover costs. That includes new revenue, supporting the city council on new revenue measures, and evaluating other options such as debt financing for capital improvement projects. And then lastly, to continue to improve efficiencies to modernize fiscal operations. And one of those includes the online payment programs, looking at our software systems and streamlining those, and using our enterprise resource system to its full functionality, so that we don't have to have those separate software systems for various functions such as long-term financial planning. So we'll be looking to continuously improve the efficiencies around that. I'll turn it over to the fire department.
Thank you, Director Guillory, for the handoff. I'm Chris Weincoop, Fire Chief, and I'll give you a brief overview of the fire department. Major services and functions are fire suppression, aka firefighting, fire prevention, rescue and life safety, emergency medical services, and emergency preparedness and operations. We operate out of Station 73 downtown in the Public Safety Building. We are part of the Battalion 7 agreement, which is a partnership agreement with Rodeo Hercules. It's an automatic gate agreement with Rodeo Hercules and Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, also known as ConFire. In normal circumstances, we operate one engine that's always staffed with a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter, and at least one of which is a certified paramedic. And we upstaff and provide additional staffing and apparatus as needed, especially in periods of increased fire danger. Next slide, please. So over the past 12 months, we've responded to over 2,800 calls for service. And in our key accomplishments for the past year, we led Pinole's efforts to procure $2 million annually in county tax measure X funds to reopen Pinole Fire Station 74 as part of a broader county fire service integration effort. We filled key vacancies, as you'll recall in my report to council last week. We filled the administrative captain and fire prevention captain assignments, and that led to obviously a domino effect of vacancies in the positions of engineer and fire engineer, and then fire captain vacancies as well. So we filled those key vacancies. We are conducting promotional exams, or conducted promotional exams to fill those vacancies. And then from the bottom up, we filled actually 5 positions, 3 firefighter paramedic positions who are actually online with us right now. And then also 2 trainee positions who are in Berkeley's Fire Academy right now and should be joining us here in a couple of months and get online at Pinole and Works. We fortified the departmental wildland fire mitigation strategy. So as you've all seen, a lot of fire fuel mitigation work done on Pinole Valley Road, Galbraith Hill, and in the park areas behind in Quinn Street behind the Faria House. We provided additional updates to the emergency operations plan. So we have a working draft, a draft that we're working with the consultants right now on. And that we will be presenting in its completion at the end of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Our key priorities and project for the upcoming fiscal year are to, as again, presentation to council last week. Our largest priority we're working with is to negotiate a contract for service with Con Fire, through which Pinole Fire Station 74 will be reopened, subsidized by those Measure X funds. And in support of that, we need to prepare our Station 74 for reopening. It hasn't been opened as a fire station for a little over a decade, and so we got to ensure its operational readiness and communications capability. We need to continue to fill key fire vacancies in the captain, engineer, and firefighter positions through the promotional process and promotional and recruitment processes. As I said, as you know, as of course, as we promote, that opens up vacancies, we are going to implement new information systems for incident response, narcotics tracking, payroll, policies and procedures management, incident report management, and training. Many of those are in the works right now and being implemented or have been implemented as we speak, as our new administrative fire captain is very engaged in hit the ground running in that new assignment. A lot of these are being addressed as we speak, including initiating a cost recovery program to capture reimbursement opportunities from emergency-related insurance claims. And we will also continue to provide career development training classes for staff, particularly at the company and chief officer levels, so that if and when we transfer, integrate with Con Fire, our firefighters and company officers and chief officers will their high standards. And if for some reason we continue as a standalone fire department, they'll continue to meet our high standards. And so with that, I will hand it off to our Human Resources Director, Stacey.
Thank you, Chief Weinkoop. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. My name is Stacey Schell, and I'm the Human Resources Director at the City of Pinole. The Human Resources Department supports the City of Pinole by providing comprehensive and timely human resources services. We have the responsibility for developing and implementing innovative strategies and programs that enhance the work experience for our employees. Our objective is to establish effective tools to attract, develop, motivate, and retain the best qualified employees whose diversity and skills contribute to and sustain the City of Pinole as a quality organization. The goals and priorities of the Human Resources Department align with the City Council's goal to build an organization culture that is efficient, ethical, and effective in delivering quality services with community involvement and fiscal stewardship. Next slide, please. Key accomplishments from this fiscal year include the development of the Employees Talent Management Plan in accordance with the city's strategic plan, continuous updating of the city's COVID-19 workplace protection policy to align with changing local, state, and federal health orders. We commenced and will complete labor negotiations with PPEA by June 30th of 2020. Since January of 2022, we have developed and implemented citywide policies on leave reporting for exempt employees, employee identification and access cards, recruitment incentives, and administering classification series. Human Resources has also conducted 35 recruitments, and we've reviewed over 1,100 applications. We strategically coordinated a virtual open enrollment for employee benefits amid COVID-19 restrictions. And we have planned numerous events for the city's first public service employee recognition week, which is going to take place next week, and we are very excited for that. Next slide, please. This year's key priorities and projects for the Human Resources Department include initiate the implementation of the Employee Talent Management Plan, continue to perform a comprehensive review and updating of key city personnel rules and policies, to ensure compliance with MOU provisions, state and federal legislation, and conduct meet and confer sessions with the employee bargaining units as required. Implement successor memorandums of understanding for one bargaining unit, conduct labor negotiations, and complete successor MOUs with bargaining units for agreements that are scheduled to expire June 30th of 2023. We're going to review other post-employment benefit obligations and alternatives to support the city's fiscal sustainability. Promote the city as an attractive employer to secure highly qualified applicants for vacancies by increasing our engagement on social media to include job preview videos for hard to recruit positions, spotlighting employees and insights into various city departments. Lastly, we plan to design an employee benefits overview booklet to provide a resource for all city benefits and vendor information for the very insidious groups and present the booklet in both electronic and printed methods. And hand it off to our police department.
So thank you. This evening, Chief Gang and Lieutenant Crone needed to be away, so I'll give a brief overview of the police department. As you know, there are two divisions of the police department: police operations and support services. Operations handles most of the functions that one has in mind when they think about traditional policing. So that's proactive patrol and traffic and other special activities, school engagement. The police support services division provides the behind the scenes support to operations. It also includes our community engagement and crime prevention activities, evidence processing, and fleet and equipment services. The city of Pinole operates the West Bay Communications Center, which is the police dispatch hub for the city of Pinole as well as for Hercules and San Pablo. That's a service we provide to those cities on a cost recovery contract basis. The police department's key accomplishments for the current fiscal year are having continued to provide the incredibly valuable and necessary frontline policing services throughout the COVID pandemic, when being out in the community presented a lot of challenges. Continued to implement wellness programs for officers, which have a high correlation with excellent policing. Piloted some new technologies, including using a software called QHIT, where you can text people who've had police engagements to get real-time feedback on those engagements. And continued to implement the many community outreach initiatives that the police department is well known for, including having a special Halloween themed National Night Out, having a new program to support the homeless population, and initiating an internship program with Pinole Valley High School. And some of the priorities for the upcoming fiscal year will be to continue to provide excellent policing, responsive to the limitations that COVID has imposed. Continuing to focus on officer wellness as one of the important foundations of excellent community policing. Implement some police reform measures, such as the RIPA, the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, as well as some other state and federal requirements. The police department is going to be implementing a new records management and computer-aided dispatch system with our partner agencies, San Pablo and Hercules. And continue to work on training. Some training, industry-specific training, was difficult to get during COVID, and the police department's going to be ramping up its training, which meets or exceeds all industry best practices. Those are projects and priorities for the upcoming fiscal year.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, staff, and members of public. I'm Sanjay Mishra, Public Works Director. And the Public Works Department has the following major services and functions for City of Pinole. Public Works Department has the administration and engineering, provides road maintenance, facility maintenance, park maintenance, stormwater facility, waste reduction, water pollution control plant management, sewer collection, landscape and lighting assessment district, real estate and property management, and fleet management. Next slide, please. The Public Works Department for the last year, for the financial year 21-22, are listed here, which is local road safety plan has been launched, was launched and is about to be completed, and we will have adoption to the council before completion of this. We have also completed the construction of San Pablo Avenue rehab project. We have been working on San Pablo Avenue Bridge project and launched a project website. We conducted various virtual workshops and the bridges for the bridge project. We have a capital document and utility coordination for the CIP project, the safety improvements at APN Way and Marlesta Road, which we expect to award the contract before completion of this fiscal year. Presented design alternative to City Council and received direction to advance the design for the senior center parking lot and also for the San Pablo Avenue Bridge project. We have filled the new Public Works Director position. We have completed surplus sale of 2 surplus city properties, Bank of Pinole building and the mixed use building at 601 Tennant Avenue, both of which are being renovated. It is the adoption of an ordinance to comply with the new state requirements, as the city attorney mentioned, that is with reference to 1383. So the things that are not listed here, which are operations and maintenance division actually accomplished for this fiscal year. So for crack sealing for the street pavement, also completed 20 tons of asphalt pavement. We procured significant equipments for this fiscal year. A backhoe, a dump truck, a Ford F-350, and a vacuum truck. And also had some accomplishments this fiscal year. We started the process for upgrading the diesel tank. We started the wastewater subcommittee meeting. We also room addition in the water pollution control plan. Slide, please. Priorities for our next fiscal year 22-23. We'll be focusing our major share of time on capital improvement program, and we'll be testing to add resources to accelerate the project delivery. Complete various infrastructure assessment as listed in the capital improvement plan. We expect to complete traffic safety improvements at various intersections. We're about to complete and adopt a sanitary sewer management plan, and we will complete an assessment based on that of our wastewater collection system. Engineering and design work for replacement of the San Pablo Avenue Bridge. Playground surface areas at the Fernandez Park and Pinole Valley Park. We are also going to implement some non-capital recommendations of the beautification ad hoc subcommittee. implement some improvement to the wastewater collection system to manage flows. And we also are focusing on preparation of an active transportation plan. Apart from these capital programming activities, we are going to continue from our the operations and maintenance. Again, we'll continue road rehab work. We'll continue government, which we for the asset management. We will evaluate some of the street maintenance needs and fleet needs, and we expect to procure a bucket truck and a hydroflush truck in the upcoming fiscal year. The water pollution control plan will be working on a digester cleaning for the second phase and also installing a centrifuge feed pump at the next fiscal year. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
That concludes the department head presentation. So are there any questions for any of the department heads before we move on?
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm very impressed. You have accomplished a lot this year. And this is especially during the COVID season. And we have been in a restriction in every single department, and starting with you, City Manager Murray, I really would like to congratulate you on behalf of the city and the city council members for all the accomplishment that you have done. You have been here for less than 2 years, and a lot have been accomplished with your team. Thank you so much. I will then turn it back to the city council for questions, please. I will just courteously ask our city treasurer if he has a question. Mr. Swearingen, are you with us tonight?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. I will ask you if you don't mind to start with your question if you have any.
The one question that I do have on the Pinole Valley Park, talked about the playground area, but I didn't hear anything from the Public Works Director about turfing the soccer fields, which we had put money in a couple of years ago to do that. And I think some estimates have come out, and I'd like to know if there's any progress being made on that, because the main field that's used quite frequently is in extremely bad shape, and we're liable to have some players out there hurting themselves, falling into holes and stuff like that, and it has a very bad drainage system. So I'd like to know what the progress is.
Sir?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
So our operation and maintenance department actually trying to do some repair work on a trial basis on the Fernandez Park. For Pinole Valley Park, we have not we do have some quotes obtained, but I am hoping that those are actually for the next fiscal year. We have project scheduled for fiscal year 23-24. Pinole Valley Park soccer field rehab work.
Okay, thank you. That is going to become a priority because of the condition of those fields. I also understand that it's going to cost quite a bit more money than what we have budgeted for the soccer fields. And my suggestion would be to move the money from that we had budgeted for soccer field 2 into soccer field 1 so we can get it done right. And then come up with another funding at some point for soccer field 2. That would be my suggestion, because the soccer field 1 needs to be canted and it needs to have a new entirely new sprinkler system in it. So that's a major project, and I'm looking at probably over $400,000 for that project. So just a suggestion that we might want to group the two and just at least get the main soccer field done.
Thank you, sir. I will then turn it back to Councilmember Tave. Good evening, sir. you have any questions?
Good evening. One comment. I just want to say thank you to all the staff. I mean, to echo the mayor's comments, we had so many completed. Everybody in the room, everybody that involved needs to be really proud of themselves. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
Sure. I'd like to echo all of the work that all of the departments have done and put it together pretty succinctly as far as the accomplishments. I'm very impressed, and so should the public be. Question for Public Works. I just wonder where the caretaker unit in Pinole Valley Park is, if that's something that where there's been a determination on where we can move from now on. And then I'll have a follow-up question on another topic.
Please go ahead, answer the question. I don't know who is the most appropriate person to answer that question. That was related to, go ahead.
Yeah, I will answer. The Pinole Valley Park soccer field rehab is actually scheduled in the capital improvement for 23-24, $200,000. And the caretaker house, we have not scheduled any work currently, but if the council would like to do anything or add anything to the budget process, we are open to for that.
Okay, thank you. There was also some
Sorry, 1 second, because I think the city manager Mayor would like to add something.
Oh, sure. Thank you. So we have done some site visits of the caretaker's house. I think the so there are certain restrictions on how that house can be used. It needs to be used for a recreation purpose per the state funding that helped us acquire Pinole Valley Park. There's a service model question that underlies what to do with the house next, and that is whether having a caretaker who resides in that house and is responsible for certain maintenance duties of the house and the park and certain supervision responsibilities is the right model, and then they're being compensated in part by a subsidized rent. So our Public Works Director is pretty recently arrived. We do have some enforcement issues at Pinole Valley Park, and we still need to come up with a plan to both address the some non-compliance with the municipal code at the park after hours, to do some restroom maintenance, and to figure out what the best use of that house is. I'm hoping we'll have a determination on that within the next few months.
Great, thank you. There was mention of animal services contract. I know I've received a lot of correspondence from members of the public regarding the contract with animal services, and I'm just wondering where we are in that cycle.
I'm happy to answer that question. So the city has, and most other cities in Contra Costa County have had a longstanding agreement with animal services that's very high level, would be a way to characterize it, I think. And so animal services gone through an engagement process where they've talked with all of the city staff across the county, as well as talked with animal advocates, and are proposing a new agreement, which is a limited term agreement. They're kind of viewing it as a pilot where they more clearly spell out what the services, animal services will provide and at what cost. So there's actually going to be an agenda item at the May 17th City Council meeting where animal services will be presenting that agreement, and staff will be providing our analysis of that as well. So we should be hearing it within the next two council meetings.
Okay, and my last question is, there was reference to the beautification subcommittee, and I'm just wondering what the status is of that. I have not heard of them meeting. I'm wondering if they've been on hiatus or, and even who serves on that.
So it was an ad hoc committee that has concluded its work, so it no longer exists, but it did create some recommendations, some that are capital and some that are programmatic. And the capital ones will be discussed in the tentative proposed capital improvement plan, which we'll be talking about later this evening. And the programmatic ones will also be discussed as part of the upcoming budget discussion.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Martinez. Ruben Martinez, please go ahead.
Hello, Norma Martinez Rubin here. Okay, for Director Sanjay, just want to clarify whether the playground surface areas are specific to the children's playground areas and they exclude that other play areas, which in my mind includes baseball field at Fernandez Park, but there's no mention of that. So would you let us know about that, or whether we're waiting for the park master plan to determine what to do about the baseball field at Fernandez Park? And similarly, any improvements, if needed, at the dog parks, because I've gotten email from the public and comments from the public about some improvements needed there, although I don't know what they are specifically or to what extent and the costs associated with them.
The upgrade for the playground surfaces are really for the children's playground locations, and that is through a OGALS grant that we obtained. That is a park, baseball park. As I mentioned, our operations and maintenance, they're actually trying to just to see how it works currently, but we do not have a capital project plan for that baseball park. And which would be in the ranges of, if we needed to do the turf area completely redone, that would be in the ranges of $200,000 and has to be a capital project. And that is not currently in our capital program. Is concerned, yes, we have received some emails and concerns from members of public, and that is with respect to concerns with respect to the fencing height, the fence height, which we don't think is a big issue, but people have concern. And there was a request for seeing the fountain, which I believe it was leaking or something. For the dog park.
That's good news. Thank you. And you remind me of one other, and the tennis courts across from the library. This time I was there, which was probably last fall, the courts themselves, the ones nearest Pinole Valley Road, had some damage to them. Don't know whether it was related to the weather at the time, but don't know whether they've gotten any worse. But any comment or any correspondence that you've received about that? There's in particular a group that regularly uses them, and they're the ones that have noticed the damage to the courts. And again, we don't see any repair service on any CIP yet.
The knowledge, I haven't received email, but I can circle back with our public works manager and find out if any complaint was actually been sent to the public works before my arrival, and he may be aware of it. I will check and respond to you later.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Director Sanjay. I have some questions for Director Shell. Of the 1,100 applications that were processed, I'm curious to know about which were the most popular positions for which these applications were received. Relatively speaking, 35 recruitments for 1,100 applications. I'm not sure how to interpret that. Either Pinole is very attractive or some positions in Pinole are most attractive. Let us know a little bit more, please.
We are becoming more of an attractive employer, so our increases are becoming relevant in our recruitment efforts as those are expanding. I I don't have the numbers in front of me right now as far as the specific numbers of applications for each of the recruitments, but I can certainly provide that to you.
Thank you. I think it'd be of interest to the entire council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, question to Fire Chief Weincoop. This is again related to figures. I recall sometime, maybe in the past year, year and a half now, time flies, there was some acknowledgement that our data collection perhaps didn't quite mesh with other departments, that we could have a real gauge as to the types of service calls that were coming in by type of service. And that's a general statement, but you can let us know a little bit more about that. So I'm curious about the work on the information system for incident response and the incident report management, how those two relate to trying to be a little bit more discerning about the types of service calls that the department responds to.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Yep, that's actually a great question. That is our administrative fire captain. As you recall, there were some slight delays in getting that appointment filled, and so what we're doing right now is kind of taking care of the low hanging fruit. So there was a whole bunch of things that we get off the ground right now. One of the issues with that report management systems with our neighboring agencies not quote unquote talking to each other is also an IT related issue, which and I know we are expanding our IT department in Pinole, and that's going to really help to get those kinks meshed out. The other thing is too, as we're anticipating this integration with Fire, we would all be housed under the same system. So by definition, the same system would be able to we would be able to extrapolate that information much more readily in that situation. If for some reason, and we're not anticipating that it wouldn't go through, but if for some reason we were to remain a standalone fire department, I purposely kind of put that off until crossing that bridge, if indeed we need to, because right now we're very much hoping that we won't need to do that. So I hope that answers your question, is that we're anticipating the integration with Fire will and being not only in the same type of system, but in the exact same system, we'll be able to capture that type of information for you, if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. It makes sense too. We don't want to invest in something that we're going to have to modify and invest again if the systems aren't interactive. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Director Wayland. Report. There's a lot that is in your department for certain, and something that caught my eye on the narrative of the long-term finance plan. There was a statement on page 25 of 65 that read, "It's not possible to forecast number of units nor impact the population of the population and service demands." But I think perhaps we do have some information, because now we have statements about 179 affordable units on San Pablo Avenue, 154 for sale condos, 31 affordable. So is that the information that perhaps can be included to update that long-term that narrative, that piece in the narrative of the plan? That was page 25 of 65.
Yeah, I'm actually happy to respond to that question. So I think, and we touched on this a little bit last year when we were discussing our draft of our very first long-term financial plan, which is that over the course of many, many years, Pinole has had a very, very modest long-term growth. And we knew even when we were developing the first long-term financial plan last year that we expected to get applications for most of these projects that we've now received applications for, but we didn't know what the outcome of those processes were going to be. Staff hadn't yet reviewed the applications to determine whether they were compatible with city requirements, and the Planning Commission and City Council hadn't heard. So that's still kind of the situation we're in right now, except with respect to Vista Woods. And it's still really true with Appian Village. So we don't really know. I mean, Vista Woods has broken ground. So we have every reason to expect that there will be 179 new units there. Once those are fully occupied, it's still not going to have a significant impact on the overall population such that it would translate into an expected increase in service demands. And the same would be true even if the townhomes at Appian Village were constructed. So, we don't want to try and forecast and predetermine what the outcome of those review processes are, because that's not our role. And even if they are approved, it's not going to be more than a matter of a few hundred new inhabitants, and that wouldn't change the needle on a long-term forecast regarding service demands.
Okay, thank you. So that leads me to wonder what is that threshold that changes or that affects forecasts?
Well, say if the city, so at one time in not too distant future, the city of Dublin was the fastest growing city in California on a percentage basis, and it was growing at something like 7 to 10% per year. So that would be something that would include, would require us to consider service changes. Maybe the incorporation of more than 1,000 new residents, or a change in demographics such that there was a particular subpopulation that dramatically expanded. But it's really about the fact that Pinole's population has grown so slowly. And even though we now have a little bit of an uptick in development applications, it's not a substantial enough increase to go back to our department budgets and say, we need to budget one more person for this level of increase. It's just not that significant.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand why the narrative part of the reports will remain the same. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, I have a question for who would have been Chief Gang, but it's back to you, City Manager Murray. The dispatch services, is that a contract that, as far as we know, will continue for the next decade, even beyond? I mean, we're hopeful, I suppose.
No, it's a limited term contract that was approved by the city council. I believe that the term of the contract is going to expire this calendar year. The contract does allow the parties to extend the agreement for a period of time by mutual consent of the parties. We're in the midst of upgrading the RIMS and CAD system that supports that whole joint dispatch. So it would be kind of a disruptive time to renegotiate the contract. And so staff's, although we were just started talking about this recently, staff's current idea is that we're going to extend the contract for at least another year, at which point the new software system will be in place. And that will be a more stable time to consider the contractor relationship. So one of the aspects is that the contract lays out, although not in very clear language, the cost sharing responsibilities. And Hercules, San Pablo, and Pinole have different levels of calls for service, different populations, and those things are changing over time. And I think that for fairness's sake, we need to examine the cost sharing relationship. So that's what I would expect to occur when we come back to the city council for consideration of a revised agreement.
Thank you. So we will hear next year, perhaps not in this fiscal year, talking about the eventual budget to be adopted, but next year this topic would be most pertinent.
That's our expectation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Guillory, perhaps we'll hear more about this in a moment, but there was mention of debt financing for capital improvement projects. And those are the big ticket items for which we need money. So will we be hearing more about that this meeting, or is it a topic to be researched and more work to be done in this 22-23 period?
Yeah, so once we get to the item on the long-term financial plan, if it is council's direction for staff to go and do more research on those options, I think in the plan we did map out one of those, which is one of the more common options, general obligation bonds. We can definitely do that and include that in the long-term financial plan.
You're welcome. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. I'd like to go back to one of the questions you asked specifically to Director Wallen related on why the city of Pinole, Director Wallen, is becoming more attractive for people to come to work. What have we done for the last year that the city is becoming more attractive?
I think that might be a question for Director Shell.
Yes, Director Schultz, sorry.
And I'm happy to chime in, Director Shell. Why don't you take a stab at it? And I'm happy to backfill for the time that maybe predated your arrival.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we have increased some of our outreach efforts to engage more actively on social media, posting some of our job announcements. We have also searched as some of the COVID restrictions have been lifted. We've also been researching some of our opportunities to go out into the local community for job fairs as well. And so outside of those are two of the main factors that we have implemented since my arrival in January. So City Manager Murray, if you wanted to expand upon that.
I think that covers the most tangible of the elements. I also think that the nature of the job market is changing a little bit as people become more comfortable as COVID recedes, and maybe there's a higher level of comfort with transitions in careers. Yeah, I'll leave it.
Thank you. And I was looking at the real estate inside in the city of Pinole, and I have noticed that there's 42 acres of land available right now for sale. And I know it's probably 4 parcels right now, but to go back to what Councilmember Martinez Ruben was stating earlier, if you were to move forward and that land were to be sold at 42 acres, I think that would increase significantly the number of applications that the city might get. But I understand also that the land is not straight. And at this moment, it's 4 parcels, but I don't know what the numbers will turn out to be, but if we were to move forward with 42 acres, that will potentially increase the population of Pinole by more than 5%. But I think there's some restriction limited to the zoning and the relief of that map. And I think Councilmember Thomas was taking a look at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the parcel that the mayor is talking about is off of Silvercrest, which is in the hills, in the back down in the valley. And I'm just looking at the general plan map, and there is a lot of open space protection area there. So as I recall, that it's not a real high density area that can be developed. And I think that's something we'd have to check with planning to see what the general plan is for that area.
Is this something that the city council has a authority to change if we were to help increasing that zoning?
I think since we went through the general plan process in 2010, 2011, there's we took a look at increasing density where we can, and this is about the furthest out of greenfield development that you can get in the city of Pinole within the city limits. So from a planning perspective, I don't think it makes sense to increase density in an area that has hillsides. There's a number of policies that the Planning Commission back then worked on as far as preserving views and not increasing density in areas where there's steep hillsides.
Thank you. City Manager Maria, I do have a last question for you. It's related to salaries and where the city of Pinole stand compared to the other cities in the county. And how can we, where we are and what can we do to catch up with the rest of the cities if we were behind? Just a question here.
Yeah, so it kind of gets back to the question that was raised earlier, and I we don't know for sure, but as you know, in the over the course of the last few years, the city council has authorized a pretty significant investment in city employees. So for some time, I think at least since the Great Recession, the city of Pinole's total compensation it pays to employees has been below that of some other peer agencies. And the city council's made the specific investment to try and help our salaries and total compensation catch up so that it's competitive. There's not a single metric that we can use to describe where all of the city classifications stand relative to other agencies. In recent years, we've done total compensation benchmarking studies to get a sense, but it varies across different classifications. So I would expect that within the course of the next year or two, the city would want to do another total compensation benchmarking study to see where our classifications and salary ranges fall. It's a little bit of speculation, but I think it's worth mentioning that I would expect that some of the one cause that the city is becoming a more attractive employer is that we're paying more competitive compensation. If the city wanted to, so the city doesn't have a overarching compensation policy, which some cities do have, that specifies where the city's compensation should be relative to peers. If the city council wanted to change the city's standing relative to the market, then we would have to do the go through a costing exercise and labor negotiations.
Thank you. However, right now we are expecting a growth of 3% per year. Therefore, if we were to expect a higher growth, we don't have it budgeted at this moment. It's something that would have to adjust.
Well, it's 3% per year for any employee groups that don't have a contract, but most of our employees do have a contract for the upcoming fiscal year, all of which include a cost of living adjustment, a market adjustment, a competitiveness adjustment, and a reduction in the employee's contribution towards pension. So for most of our employees, there's already in the budget, in the baseline budget, some pretty substantial increase in compensation. Doesn't get us all the way to par with other peer agencies, but it's a significant increase over where we were, last year.
Doesn't take us. You say it doesn't take us to what other peer agents?
I don't think it takes us entirely to the median.
Yes. How far behind do you think we are?
I couldn't speak for all classifications across the city right now. We'd have to do some research on that.
Okay. I understand it's a difficult question to ask, but if you were able to let us know so that we were to make the adjustment and talk about it, that would be great.
Okay, well, we normally make the adjustment through our regular labor negotiations process. There's only one unit with which we're doing those negotiations right now, and we have some data for that. So we'll be providing that to the council as part of those labor negotiations.
What would happen if we were to approve the budget and the labor negotiation were going to ask us more than what was approved?
Then the city council would always have the option of appropriating other existing funds, of which the city has some, to increase labor costs. That would be fine. That's an option the city council has.
Thank you. That concludes the question of the council. Then I will turn it back to the public. Madam City Clerk, how many people on Zoom first?
We currently have one on Zoom.
Please go ahead.
We have one telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748. Can you please identify yourself and state your city of residence?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name and city of residence, please?
Yes, my name is Anthony, and I'm a Pinole, longtime resident of Pinole. On behalf of myself, other tax-paying citizens, neighbors, and in the community as well as businesses, I would like to ask the following to the city council or the appropriate staff departments regarding some budgeting issues around public health, safety, and issue problems that I believe should be priority now within the city. Nothing was mentioned about our streets and roads in terms of somewhat specifics with the new painting of striping, old faded city streets and road lanes that are in striping disrepair, divider stripings on 2-3 lane streets, specifically like up and down Pinole Valley Road, Appian Way, San Pablo Avenue, as well as parking stall stripings, sidewalk crossing stripings, speed bumps like up on Shea and Sarah Drive. All the speed bumps are all faded out. People can't see them hardly at all during the night, if not the day. The curb stripings, the red, yellow, green, white curbside striping, and along the other traffic issue concern was the problems along Pinole Valley Road corridor. Involves some of the past projects that I don't think are completed yet along Themis down through the Ramona and Pinole High School intersections. With regard to completion status, with that of the high school build out that the past city council and the past staff were involved in regarding completion of the caused by that, poor street lighting, confusing order from Themis down to, there are like 6 or 8 stoplight intersection signals that are currently off kilter, I believe, in terms of the queuing or timing issue. Those stoplights create very high, like 20 to 30% higher.
Thank you, sir. I think that item concern item 5C, which is the capital improvement plan, but it doesn't really concern item 5A. If I can have staff remembering those questions and getting back to this gentleman on item 5C and answering those questions via email. And I believe we have
Sure. Yeah,
email.
we're happy to do
Yes.
that. And it is correct that some of those items will be discussed during the later item on the capital improvement plan. Some of them are operations and maintenance items. And Director Mishra, I don't know if you have a comment. I think the only issue among those mentioned by the commenter that we haven't discussed recently at a council meeting is the faded striping. In your time here, is that become an apparent issue to you? And is there a plan for the restriping of the lane lines?
So in my last TAPS meeting, Anthony, he actually brought up these issues to me. I haven't really, before that, the projects Public Works Department do, such as the San Pablo Avenue rehab project, when we do those projects, all those stripings are done and renewed and they are new. We also completed a request for intersection striping at Appian Way recently, because I took an opportunity of, because we had the contractor available. So we completed some striping requests where there was issues where multiple lanes were there and people are crossing to each other's lanes. So we took care of that. But overall, in general, yeah, the cities, all the stripings are little old, but that will be done in phases as an operation and maintenance. We won't be able to take up as a massive task. So that's all I can say for now.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. No more question on via Zoom.
We have the same caller with his hand raised again. So I don't know if you want to.
I think that question is no.
Okay.
I will turn it back to, sorry, I just want to state that 3 minutes per person on a specific subject. I'm just trying to follow the rules and be fair to everybody. That's the reason why I'm not going to take another the same color on the same subject. Thank you. But we do care about your comments. If you want to send an email to city staff following the meetings, please do so, and the city staff will get back to you. Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, any person on in person who would like to ask any question, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Rafael Menes and Jay Tillman.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. Initially, when looking over this item, I didn't have very many questions, but then we had the presentation and that brought up quite a few more questions. On page 26, I was curious as to the extent to which the Pinole Perks Community Gift Card has been implemented, because it was noted on page 11, I believe, of the agenda that there was no activity in the revitalization reserve or the business development / community help reserves, which I think would be the categories that sort of thing would fall under. Secondly, I had a question with regards to the city clerk's department, whether they also manage the agenda packets for other commissions, or whether it was entirely just the city council and the finance subcommittee, and any other commissions and subcommittees handled their agenda packets via some other method. Thirdly, I was curious with regards to on page 19, slide 19 of the presentation, that the city was conducting some affirmative lawsuits. I'm curious if there's a list of those that can be released to the public, or whether that's confidential, and just the fact that there are some affirmative suits going on. There were some slides that didn't get shown within the presentation proper, but that were in the downloaded presentation that I wanted to highlight. The Pinole Community Priority Survey, slides 47 through 50, talks a bit about the Balancing Act project that's been put out to the general public. And I wanted to highlight that this is what the Balancing Act intro page looks like if you try to go to it on a website. Black text on a black background for the initial page. The initial info for the Balancing Act project is a significant UI challenge, and it's difficult to read. I had to read it out for one person that I was assisting with that process. On page 39, there was a discussion of an employee talent management plan. And I know that I've gotten frequent questions from members of the community with regards to whether the city of Pinole has conducted class and compensation studies. And I know that it's stated again on page 11 of the main thing, but there was a management compensation done for $20,000. I'm wondering if there have been class and compensation studies done for other departments, and if so, over what time periods those studies were done. I believe those were the major questions for this item. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, would I like to answer those questions now?
I think that would be most efficient.
Yes,
So,
I just want to let you know, Mr. Menez, that the Balancing Act questions are white on black, and depends of your setting of your phone, if it's at the time of the night or daytime, and the settings of your phone. Just want to let you know that. Otherwise, I've looked at it. You can see it here. And okay, no problem. Please, Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Sure. So there's a question about Pinole Perks. That's in the final design phase. We have some, all the collateral has been designed, and we've enlisted some local merchants to be recipients and participants. And so we're just waiting to enroll a few more local merchants to be participants in the program before we open the community gift cards for sale. So I'm expecting that will happen in the next couple of weeks. That actually did not come, the funding for that program came from ARPA funding. It didn't come from either of those two other small reserves that were created at the last budget process. I'll let the city clerk discuss the matter of the packets and the city attorney discuss the affirmative suits. I did just open the Balancing Act on my phone, which is an iPhone, and it comes up perfectly legible. So it might be a settings, but we'll certainly talk with IT and the vendor to find out if there's a compatibility issue with other types of platforms. And yes, there has been a member of the public that's asked about a class and comp study. We've done a total compensation benchmarking study for essentially all city classifications, so I consider that to be complete. And we've done classification studies for all sorts of different classifications and class series. The city has probably 100 different classifications, and so we have not reviewed every single one of those. We usually do that when there is a need, like we're going to be reclassifying an employee or hiring for a classification. But we've, I think, taken care of the most significant classification issues at the city. So I consider both of those. Those are sub-bullets of the strategic plan strategy on an employee attraction, retention, and development plan. And so I consider that to be essentially complete. And I'll ask the city clerk if she'd like to make any comments on packets, and the city attorney if you'd like to make any comments on affirmative suits.
My apologies. I'll need to have that question repeated. Staff can repeat it for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, it was the member of the public was commenting that the clerk's office prepares the agenda packets for the city council and the finance subcommittee. He was wondering whether the city clerk's office prepares packets for other committees.
Oh, thank you for the question. No, we do have staff that support other commissions like the Community Service Commission and the TAPS committee, and staff that aids those committees usually take care of preparing those packets. But I do assist with the two that I mentioned, the finance subcommittee and others when needed. I do provide support across to the staff members as they get started in that process.
I also would like to add that our city clerk right now is also assisting with the West Mayors and Supervisors Association for the last 6 months. Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak now?
I'm sorry.
My name is James Tillman.
I'm sorry, sir. One second, please. I'll be right with you. City Attorney Casher, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to address and answer the question regarding to affirmative claims. So we do have a claim in the United States Bankruptcy Court against PG&E seeking to recover delay damages associated with the construction of the water pollution control plant. So that's a public case that is in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court. The city of Pinole is also involved in two national cases. One is related to the national opioid settlement, and then another agreement or settlement agreement that's being negotiated with Monsanto. Those are two cases that will be brought to the city council. If there's settlements approved, those will be approved at an open city council meeting. And so the public will see those settlement agreements when they come forward. And then the other reference to affirmative claims relates to, we often have to go into the Contra Costa County Superior Court to obtain abatement warrants in related to code enforcement and some code enforcement related activities. So that's just another level of litigation that we engage in to assert the rights of the city, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that answers the question to the public. Next citizen who wishes to talk, please.
Yes, thank you. That's James Tillman.
Good afternoon, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, council. I'm sorry that I haven't been here for almost 3 years. I've been fighting cancer. I've been a citizen of this community for about 40 some odd plus years. And I've been on a lot of committees and planning commissions and so forth. And I volunteer my expert opinion basically on those types of issues that we've had, especially wastewater. But I'm here tonight to talk about the police department. I've noticed though, in the few years I saw limited of police officers patrolling our city. Crime has gone up. People are being victimized now. We need to have a study. We need to also have the chief to speak out on that issue and what he needs for new officers, what the city needs to have for outside, like state and federal funding for those protections, because we have issues of people coming across the border. We have also issue of prisoners being released, causing a lot of crime in not just our community, but other communities. So if it's possible, I know you can't talk about it tonight, but can we have a future meeting on those issues that I just talked about?
Thank you. I received data from the chief of police earlier this year that shows that the crime actually decreased in the city of Pinole, both the violence crime and the property crime. I don't have all the data right now. I cannot share it with you, but I'll be more than happy to ask the chief to share it with you. City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to confirm that. I think in response to some inquiries from the public, the police department assembled some data and it showed that the property crimes and crimes in the commercial corridors had actually decreased in the most recent year from, and it had been part of a multi-year trend. That's not to say that crime levels are not still alarming. And I know that it's a concern of the chief of police and the entire departments, but it has actually been improving, which might be contrary to some perceptions. And I'm happy to provide that information or to ask the chief of police to provide that information if you provide me with your contact information. I do expect that there'll be a proposal as part of the proposed budget for some increased staffing at the police department. So that might address some of the issues. The police chief did provide a presentation on activities of the police department at a somewhat recent council meeting. So I would suggest that any interested member of the public review that, where they talked about some of the trends in crimes and what the police department has been doing about some in particular, including things like catalytic converter, theft, and other kind of in-fad crimes. So we encourage members of the public to look at that, the video of that council meeting, which provides a great overview, and to contact me or Chief Neil Gang for information on crime trends.
Yeah. Excuse me for a second. A lot of crimes are not being reported. My wife was also robbed at Lucky's of her purse and stuff, which was not reported. Okay, which that was last year. You know, people I've talked to, you know, that I get out and talk to people. Feel that they're unsafe in this community now, and I feel that we need enforcement to make sure that all the public feels safe, comfortable in this community. And so our shopping centers and stuff like that do have some crime going on, breaking in into cars and other issues that need to be addressed. So I want to thank you. And if we can have some type of a meeting with the public, a workshop, whatever, I would like to see that happen in this community, so we could outreach to the police department and what our needs are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and welcome back. I have some data here. Property crime went from 677 in 2012 to 600 in 2021. It reached a low of 386 in 2020, but it was probably because of COVID. Then it went back to 600. The pre-COVID numbers on property crime, as we experienced in 2021, in 2019, that number was 793. That's property crime. Vehicle burglaries decreased by 55%. 55% in reported vehicle burglaries in 2021 compared to 2019. And the violent crime went from 201 in 2012 to 115 in 2021. I'll be more than happy to have the police department provide you more information, but this is the latest data that we have. 55% decrease in vehicle burglaries. We went from 201 in 2012 to less than 115 in 21 in violent crime. In property crime decreased to 600 from 677 in 2012, knowing that that number was close to 800 per year pre-COVID. Thank you. Please, Councilmember Thomas, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Tillman, I wanted to make you aware that the Pinole Police Department does have regular meetings where they go out into the community and meet. And there is one coming up on Wednesday, the 27th, 5:30 to 6:30. And it's going to be at the PSB Cafe, which is the old bank building. So that's tomorrow at 5:30. I've attended those events where they have a number of officers that speak to various issues in the community, and they're not always well attended, but it provides an opportunity to speak one-on-one with a number of the police department personnel. So again, that's tomorrow at 5:30 at the old bank building.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to echo that. I have attended some of those meetings, and it was both a pleasure to have that time one-on-one with up to 4 police officers. It was also very discouraging to me that whenever we hear people comment, I'm not referring to you specifically, Mr. Tillman, but when we hear comments here about people being concerned, that those opportunities to have that engagement with our police department aren't taken advantage of. They would love a room full of people to hear about your concerns, and of course, they, as much as we do, want people to feel safe.
You notice that before, it was in wastewater, I was an advocate. But like I said, I've been down fighting for my life, and I'm hoping to be back and to take some of those concerns on and bring them forward to you as a council to get some type of comment on it. That's all I would like to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And best wishes to you.
Yes, best wishes to you. Thank you and welcome back. And even though the numbers increase, one crime is one too many. And we'll take it very seriously, and we work with the police department and with the community to make Pinole a safe city, which is already a good city and safe. Thank you. Do we have any other public comments, Madam City Clerk? I'm going back to Zoom. Any other people on Zoom at this moment?
No.
If we don't have any. Council member Dave, do you have any comments, please?
Yeah, no comments. Just again, the staff, great work. Speaker, I think public safety is important. Sure that people feel safe in this town. It's my heart to hear that story about harder, and I mean, I'll say this because it's to make sure that our community knows that these are approachable. If we have questions, and if we have to report a crime, it's important for every citizen to do somebody else. So I appreciate you sharing that with us, and I just want to speak to the public that we need to make sure we report these crimes. If it's something that doesn't look right or feel right, it's okay to give a call. If it's not an emergency, we have it. So I just want to encourage everybody to reach out. The police department and public safety is a service that we all pay for. And our teams are doing a great job. And I just want to make sure that we give them that room and information to do better for us. And so I just wanted to leave those comments out there, Mr. Mayor, is that, we need to make sure that our engagement in this system and is that engagement. And so I just want to encourage everybody to reach out to our city services. They're doing a great job, and we need to hear from you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Treasurer Swearingen, do you have any comment?
Yes, I've marked a few things. Is this the time to go over everything? I noticed that we're taking questions on the entire process. Is this the time to do it, Mr. Mayor?
It's comments on item 5A, which is the fiscal year 2022-2023 baseline.
Okay, 5A I'm done with, yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
5B and 5C I have some.
Okay, on 5C, we'll get back to you, sir, shortly. Councilmember
problem.
Thomas, thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you for asking.
You're welcome, sir. Councilmember Thompson, no comments? Councilmember Martinez Rubin, comments? No? Okay. I don't have any comments. Let's see. A lot of things have been accomplished, but I think one thing that would help, it's for next year, if it's possible, to have a baseline of what was the plan and show what was accomplished. You exceeded all our expectations for this year. And I would like to thank you for that, but I think that would be nice to see what was planned when we were to look last year compared to how much has been accomplished. So we can actually see that more than what was planned last year has been accomplished. And then make it clearly clear to everybody that we exceeded all expectation. And it goes back to your credit, and I would like to thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great suggestion. We actually instituted kind of a new practice with the current year's budget where we had the departments lay out what their projects were going to be kind of in anticipation for the current fiscal year. So we have that information that we can refer to, and we can report back on what was planned and what was accomplished. We obviously ended up working on a lot of things that hadn't been planned, but it'd be interesting to know which things we thought we were going to do and didn't get to. So we will try and assemble that information.
Thank you very much. I would then move on to item 5B, which is the preliminary.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
There was another section on the same item in the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, please go ahead.
If we could pull it back up. If we
Yes.
can just finish this out.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Thank you. So I just wanted to provide a preview of the Pinole Community Priorities Survey that was launched on April 21st. We received a high amount of responses given the short amount of time that the survey has been open.
Just to mention while we're bringing up the slide, this is the survey that was launched using the balancing act tool that we were discussing a moment ago. So this is what that's the start screen.
So that's the start screen for the survey, and the goal was to gauge the community members' priorities from a menu of 11 options or initiatives. It's more of a qualitative survey, so we didn't ask the respondents to assign any dollar amounts or anything like that, but we just wanted to gauge priorities, and we asked each respondent to choose up to 6 of their highest priority areas based on this menu, and then to also rank them. So we received 101 responses so far, and that has exceeded the response rate of previous surveys. So the engagement was a lot higher this time around, and the number is continuing to increase. So just to provide some of those results, we saw that this is the unweighted results. So it's the sum of all votes, and it's excluding ranks. So basically what it shows is for the top choice, regardless of rank, was parks and facilities maintenance is a priority for majority of the respondents, followed by pavement maintenance and rehabilitation, public safety services, climate and environmental sustainability, and community services are some of the top 5 priorities. And that's before the ranking. This next slide shows how they're ranked when you consider the rankings that the respondents did, and that changes things. So the top 5 are still the same, but when it came to ranking them, public safety services came out on top as a very high priority, followed by the other areas as far as the top 5. So they didn't change. They were just reordered in terms of what's the highest priority for folks. So just wanted to share that information. There was also a space for respondents to type in any additional comments that they had on these items, as well as to suggest other initiatives. And so we'll pull all of that information together and report on that at a future meeting. But again, I just wanted to provide you with a preview of what we're seeing as you're making decisions for budget additions and modifications.
Thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead, Councilmember. Thomas.
Is this still open?
Yes,
The
it's still
survey is
open.
open. How long do we anticipate it being open?
For at least 2 weeks.
Okay,
So it's just under a week now. And if we need to extend it, we can also do that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So I've yet to visit the site, but are there definitions or examples given of what these different, what do we call them, categories?
Yes, there
categories?
are. So when you go onto the page, there is a little information button on each tile, and it provides an explanation of those initiatives. And then folks can respond on the tile itself, or in the last tile, which is the 12th one down at the bottom, they can enter additional comments there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a great update. I really appreciate it. City Manager Murray.
Yeah, so just wanted to help keep us on this, which is there's one more phase to this agenda item, and one of the ambitions of having this agenda item relatively early in the budget development process is, as part of this item, we want to hear tonight from city council members their ideas, conceptual ideas for budget additions and deletions from the baseline, so that city staff can take those ideas back, analyze the costs and benefits and feasibility of those, so that we have an opportunity to vet them and the council can consider them further or earlier in the budget development process than we have at years in the past. So with that, Director Guillory, feel free to launch into that portion.
Yes, and I'll go over to the additions for the fiscal year 21-22, just to give you some background information on the items that were added last June. And I've also provided the status of those. Many of them were not completed in the current fiscal year and are being rolled over to fiscal year 22-23, unless the council directs us to do otherwise.
So you might recall that we had a relatively a newly formed council with some new members when we were going through the budget development process last year. We were developing a long-term financial plan for the first time. So there was a lot crammed into the budget development process in the spring and late spring. And right towards the tail end of the budget development process, there were a number of suggestions for some budget additions. This list that Director Guillory has up on the slide are those items that were approved by the city council in kind of a flurry of activity in the budget development process. This is the status of those. So some of them have been completed already. Some are planned, have been carried forward and are planned for the upcoming fiscal year. And some we haven't taken any activity on. So all of these are going to either be completed or carried forward to the new fiscal year. And we are just providing this as a reminder and context. And now we'd like to hear from council members whether there is anything beyond what's already included in the baseline budget, or these additional special projects that were approved this current fiscal year that you would like staff to do some analysis of and come back with information on the feasibility and cost of incorporating them into the budget for the upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave.
I'd like to project, I'd like to add that. Of establishing a community garden.
Okay, great, thank you. And I remember we talked about that kind of being on the border of maybe an operations project versus capital. I can't recall whether that was slated as an unfunded future capital project. I think we had discussed it as just an operating budget project. So yes, we will do some vetting of that and come back to the next city council meeting at which the proposed budget is being discussed with some information on what that would look like. Thank you.
Any other comments, requests, Councilmember Tave?
I would just say that this list, I think there's a lot on here. It looks good to me.
Councilmember Thomas.
Sure. Just curious about the timing of the Parks Master Plan and the Road Safety Network study and the Master Sewer study. Because I think the implementation of those plans is really is what we need to put in a budget. So
Yeah, so that's, yeah, I agree with that observation. So some of these items that are funded and can move forward are a little independent of master plans, but some of them would normally result from a master plan. The park master plan will issue an RFP for that before the end of the fiscal year. That's on my to-do list. I need to review that RFP before it's issued. So hopefully we'll have a consultant on board working on that sometime soon. It was our plan that we would hold off on renovations to the Pinole Valley Park playing fields until we completed the park master plan, because there was a suggestion that perhaps we would not continue to need a second soccer field, and so it didn't make sense to renovate that. So going back to an earlier comment, so that's the status of the park master plan. We're nearing completion of 2 different sewer system plans, a sewer system master plan and a sewer system management plan. Those are slightly different. One is kind of an operations manual for the sewer collection system and wastewater treatment plant. Another is kind of an asset condition assessment. Both of those are going to be completed this fiscal year, and they will certainly recommend some capital improvement projects. Those will be funded by the sewer fund, and so can be considered a little outside the normal budget process, which is primarily focused on the general fund. And I apologize, you'd asked about a third.
Road Safety Network Plan.
So the local road safety plan is near completion. We've given our final comments to the consultants. We'll be presenting that at a council meeting before the end of this fiscal year. And so there will be some recommendations that will flow out of that. We won't have all of those in time to create the capital improvement plan for this upcoming year, but the city council can always amend the capital improvement plan mid-year once we have the local road safety plan findings. Same is true with the active transportation plan.
Okay, and then just to comment that there's a couple on here that haven't had any activity, and I recall that the weatherization energy efficiency program was added, right before midnight. It was last minute, and it wasn't something that was flushed out. So I would ask that if we could have staff take a look at duplicating services. I'm aware of a program that already exists that serves the citizens of Pinole. It's income restricted. So it's not clear to me that we need to allocate additional general fund dollars to a program that already exists. I mean, it would be duplicating a service and the administration of a service that already exists. And then I would like to, taking a look at the ARPA funds that we have, are there any of these projects that we could move up in implementation if we use ARPA funds? That's something that I would be interested in taking a look at, because we do have some unallocated funds, and some of the definitions might, some of the allowable uses might fit into some of these items, and also into some of the items that we're going to discuss on the next agenda item. And that's all I have on this one. I'll have some additional comments on the next item.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. When you refer to the weatherization program and maybe a duplicate, can you please tell us which other program exists in the city?
Sure, it's actually a county led program. It's the weatherization program that is available to people that have lower incomes, and it's for things like roofs, heating system, insulation, windows. So if it's a very similar program It doesn't seem like we should be devoting staff time to creating something that already exists.
Okay, I think that was a request made by the mayor pro tem last year, and we should. Update.
So I'm happy to.
Councilmember Tate, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if it's time for discussion, Mr. Mayor, but I did want to ask is I think when we put that on there, there was a intent to enhance the direction that we were talking about. Is there, if there was a way to not only utilize the county program, but at the same time use some funding to enhance that, basically casting a broader net than the county's program would normally capture. I think that's part of the conversation that we had last time, as I remember it. I understand. County's program.
Thank you. I will let the city manager answer, and then I will also wait for the mayor pro tem to discuss when he comes back tonight. Just to let you know, he's attending MC meetings in Washington, DC, representing the city of Pinole. That's the reason why he's not here. Andrew Murray, city manager, please go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, I think that's a great suggestion, Councilmember Toms. Staff would be happy to come back to the council, the next city council discussion of the budget with some information about these three appropriations in the current fiscal year in which there's been no activity. So including the weatherization program, that could include information about what other programs already exist and how we might be able to complement those. I think would be a great suggestion.
Thank you, and thank you. And your next question was related to the request was related to the ARPA funds. I believe we have some money left for the ARPA funds, but we also discussed that whatever was left was going to be dedicated initially to filling up the gaps in city budget departments. Is that correct? Please go ahead, Madam City
Yes.
Finance Director.
Yes, that's correct. Staff will be recommending to move those funds into the general fund to backfill for revenue loss. And that leaves us with more leeway on what the funds can be used for.
Great, thank you.
I'll also just mention that I don't think, unfortunately, it's not possible to accelerate any of these projects that have been deferred to 22, 23. It's not a funding issue, it's a staff bandwidth issue. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether it's going to be here, but we're talking about general fund, right? Okay. So as far as I know, although there was an amount of about 600,000 that was removed to compare baseline 21, 22 to 22, 23, unless there are restrictions to those funds, I'm focusing on the one-time funding. If we can add to this the renovation of the Freya House, it is a one-time. It would be a one-time expense, and my thinking is for staff to research the costs associated with that, almost independent of the discussions we've had so far, but really taking a look at what makes sense given the life of that building, investing in it, and what there are some holds in, that regarding use, et cetera, but I would like to see some funding go toward this. The other thing that I'm thinking about is the possibility that if the city shows that there's a commitment to renovating this structure, that there can be opportunities to augment that. But short of demonstrating a commitment by the city, it's really hard to make an argument to solicit or request funding from any other sources when the city hasn't done its share. So that's what I would say.
I don't know if this is part of this item or the CIP.
It's fine. This is about the budget. It can be for a capital project. It could be for an operating function. So it's perfectly fine. We'll assemble some information. We have done some, regardless of what the future use of that building is, the city staff has a professional obligation to make sure that a asset such of that doesn't deteriorate due to neglect. And so we have had some discussions about what would be required to stabilize and put it to productive use. So we do have some new information. You might recall that staff had made a proposal on next steps on this for your house that involved a community engagement process. The council wanted to take a different direction, but we do have some additional cost information that we can assemble to share.
Thank you, Council Member Martinez. Any other item that you would like to add?
Thank you. There was also an item that has had some community input, committee, subcommittee, staff involved. And I'm wondering the status of that and why it doesn't appear yet.
Which item?
I forgot
specifically?
what the funding source was for that, which is why it might not be here yet. But the court, the bocce ball courts, was there a determination that's coming to me that because of the size, the dimensions of the court, it wasn't going to be a project that was going to be viable at the site that had been considered as a place for the courts?
I think it was delayed, Council Member Martinez, when I looked at it at the last meeting.
So
One of
yeah,
the projects was
we will
delayed.
talk about that as part of the CIP item later. And yes, you are recalling correctly that it didn't end up being feasible for the original sites that were identified.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Martinez. The community city manager, the communication plan is supposed to come back to us, correct? Later on next month, I believe.
So we had to transition consultants. The new consultants are midway through the communication plan. I don't think it'll be back next month. It might be completed before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, so whatever budget, how much do you think would be required for the communication plan? And do you think it will be done before the fiscal year? ends?
I'm expecting that most of the communication engagement work that's going to be requested or recommended by the plan will be carried out by a city staff person. We're recruiting for an assistant to the city manager. Some of their responsibility is going to be communication engagement. We also will include in the proposed budget some information for consultants to create collateral. So there will be some funds budgeted for communication engagement in the city manager's office, in addition to what departments are already doing on their own. Some departments already have their own budgets for communication engagement.
This will be a recurring item, so it won't not be on a non-recurring item.
So this, it's fine for you to request city staff to vet even ongoing items right now during this discussion, but we will be talking about the communication and engagement function as part of the regular budget process. So we don't need to make a special request for us to discuss it. We'll discuss that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have budgeted
Okay.
item for that. When I look at the table here, the Brand Court street improvement, and I think we have, help me out here. Is that, you tell me, well, I cannot see it well here. What's the, Madam Finance Director, what's the amount here for the Brand Court?
$170,000.
That item, I believe we allocated that item, but the property owner of that area was not willing to negotiate with the city of Pinole and move forward. Is that correct?
That's correct. This appropriation actually is for improvements to the street, the existing street, which is deteriorated and is in need of renovation. It doesn't relate to acquiring any new property.
Thank you. And then the car show, it says $15,000. I believe we allocated on a recurring, it's a recurring item on a city budget. We allocated $100,000 for city events and another $30,000 recurring per year for the city car show. But I believe that it's an additional $15,000 on top of the $30,000 that was initially allocated. Is that correct, to the total car show? Because the city of Pinole $45,000.
That's correct. And that information came to us after this report was done. So yes, it's 30,000 budgeted for the car show, and then the 100,000 for the city events is budgeted for 22-23.
But just a quick clarification, the $15,000 was what was budgeted. It was budgeted this fiscal year, but that's because the car show needed to be delayed to this fiscal year. So this $15,000 was budgeted for what would have been the June 2021 car show, which actually took place in September. And then in addition, this current year's budget includes $30,000 for the car show that will take place in June 2022, plus an additional $100,000, I believe, for other community events.
Thank you. So it was like overlapping. It's what happened.
Because we have 2 car shows in one fiscal year, and
Yes.
Councilmember Tom, you're the one who reminded us of this. Does that consistent with your recollection? Okay, thank you.
Other city events, $100,000. Why is that non-recurring? I think it was something that city wanted to make it a recurring item.
That's correct. Those will be moved up. The car show and the city events will be reclassified as recurring going forward.
Perfect. And city manager Murray, I believe that community development, economic development is an item that meant a lot to all our council members here to make sure that we could increase the revenue of the city. And we and I had a conversation about having a person who can be dedicated for community economic development. And where would that fit in that budget here? Is that an item that you have been dedicated, or is that something the city council needs to add?
The city council appropriated, it's actually that 3rd line down, appropriated $80,000 in the current fiscal year. That's ongoing for economic development support. That wasn't, we didn't have a long conversation about what that was going to entail. There'd been a discussion of that being a staff person. I'm not sure that $80,000 is sufficient to fund a full-time staff person. We are awaiting the economic development strategy that'll have a recommendation about what the appropriate size and arrangement of the city's economic development program should be. We actually got some preliminary recommendations regarding that from the consultants. So when we talk about the community development budget, proposed budget, there'll be an opportunity we will have a recommendation for what staff commitment to devote to economic development, and we're still sharing thoughts regarding what to include in the proposed budget, regarding whether that would be a part-time position that would share responsibilities with something else, say housing, or it would be appropriate for a full-time position. So that'll unavoidably come before the city council as part of the proposed budget. We'll definitely be talking about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave, you have your hand raised. Put it down. Okay, thank you, sir. That concludes question and comment, but Councilmember Martinez-Uban, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Just want to come back to something that I asked earlier and was part of the presentation by Director Guillory. There was a one line about debt financing for capital improvement projects. And I think you were expecting direction, but I'm not sure if it's at this point or later during our meeting. But I think you wanted to hear whether we were interested in having staff spend some time researching what that might entail, and perhaps any costs associated with the requisite consultants that come in and talk about the different levels of bonds and the responsibilities of the city and what that would mean for residents and all of that. So
That's correct. We can talk about it now, or you can hold it until the long-term financial plan discussion.
okay, let's hold it for a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Finance Director, we may have a budget in November of 2022 this year. Is it something that has been budgeted? It is something that's not been budgeted.
It has not been included.
And is it something that we can budget now for next year? It's a line item that we can add.
Well, we wouldn't normally, what the budget includes the forecast of the revenues we expect to receive. And so we don't expect to receive just because we don't know whether there's going to be a ballot measure, whether it's going to pass and all of that. So the budget is composed of 2 components. It's our forecast of the revenues we expect, and it's the council's authorization of how we're going to spend those revenues. So no, we wouldn't include that. Where it would fit in and kind of follows on Councilmember Martinez Rubin's comment is in the long-term financial plan, we do a forecast of what the city's financial condition would be if we continue with the same revenue streams and our similar service levels. And as Director Guillory mentioned earlier, the baseline budget for this upcoming fiscal year is essentially structurally balanced, and the same is true for the next 5 years. But if we want additional services or to address our deferred capital needs or our unfunded OPEB, we're not going to be able to address that out of existing revenues. So we'll need some new revenue streams, of which there are a couple different options. So really where the city council would make a decision that as a policy it wanted to pursue, a new revenue measure would be in the long-term financial plan, which we're going to be discussing later tonight.
Excellent. So I don't see any other comments or questions from council members. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, two items. One, the question regarding a bond measure for capital improvement plans. That's something that I had brought up with the consultants that are going to be doing surveys. And the reason I brought that up is because I'm hearing from a lot of folks regarding the nexus, the relationship between a property transfer tax and the folks that would be paying that tax versus our deferred capital needs. Could we float a bond? And in the survey, I had asked, can we see if there's an appetite for that kind of a financial arrangement? So that was one of my comments. So I think that's where this is coming from. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that quarterly, we get a report on the budget from our finance director. And if the timing is right, so if we get some of these reports back for the economic development strategy or the communication plan or whatever, if we get that after the fiscal year starts, that first quarter would be the time that we could modify the budget and put some of those items in there. We don't have to project and guess what that expenditure might be. We can just, not plan for it and leave those funds unallocated and then allocate them once we have, an idea from one of these plans on how we're going to implement it. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Yes, we'll talk about it as a part of the CIP item 5C. But I did request 2 weeks ago to Finance Director Guillory to provide a report back to the City Council on what are the options that the City Council will have to be able to fulfill that gap that we have in CIP. The city engineer stated to me that 2 weeks ago that we needed approximately $8 million per year for the next 10 years to be able to fulfill that gap that we have. And we can discuss more about it, but even if we were to have a real estate transfer tax raising an additional $1 to $2 million per year, that would not be enough for this. That additional $8 million would still be in gap of $6 million per year. But it's a conversation we'll have under item 5C later on in a year. Okay, I don't see any hands raised by any council members. Before I move on, I will just open it back to the public comments, and I see that we have Mr. Corden Hindler who would like to make a comment. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Henler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I do want to thank city staff for their presentations. I really learned a lot. So one of the things that I have noticed in one of the slides that I find is very puzzling, like management compensation study. As I had stated last time, the reason that that the class and comp study should be allocated is because I have talked to other cities around us, and they have worked with a consultant to figure out which positions and what the market rate looks like. And I'm thinking that a mere $20,000 to do a compensation study. Oh no. I'm thinking that it is a good idea, but it takes longer, like for the study to be completed. And then also, let's see what else. In one of the slides, I think the city manager he did a great job with his presentation. And one of the slides, I've noticed that bring key leadership positions. As I stated before, I wouldn't mind having another position, be allocated, because other cities have, and the assistant city managers. So I just like the presentation. So I'll save my comments for the for next Tuesday's council meeting. That's it.
You, City Manager Murray, can you please state about the additional position that I believe you will have an assistant to the city manager?
Yeah, I will. But also while I have the opportunity, so we've worked with a number of consultants. We've just last year completed a total compensation benchmarking study using Coffin Associates. So that's already completed. We talked about that earlier this meeting. We worked with a number of consulting firms for class and comp studies for particular series, including CPS HR. So we're doing all the work that is needed in that area. Regarding the position, different cities have different staffing and org structures in the city manager's office. Until recently, the city manager's office had the city manager, assistant city manager, and administrative assistant. The organizational assessment that some expert consultants prepared said that it would be efficient to have a different staffing structure, which would be a city manager, an assistant to the city manager, and an administrative assistant. And that's what we're implementing. And we're in the midst of recruiting to fill that assistant to the city manager position right now. So I think that's efficient and perfectly suitable staffing arrangement for this office for the time being. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager. I just would like to remind everybody that's item 5A, fiscal year 2022-2023 baseline. And I believe we have one more person who would like to make a comment. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Tony Gutierrez.
Good evening, sir.
Sorry, I just had to unmute. Hi, this is Tony Gutierrez. I just had a comment and a question on the survey. I just found, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, I just found out about the survey yesterday and I did send it out to a number of local Pinole people. I found out about it through the through the Pinole patch. So my question has to do with how is city staff getting the word out on these surveys that are being done? That's my first question. My second issue has to do with there's a disconnect between what residents of Pinole tell me and what I observe myself personally, between the fact that the position of the city is that crime is going down. And yeah, the numbers do say that. But the other issue is that the number of nuisance crimes have been going up. And I think when you hear people complain about crime going up, it's not necessarily because people are being raped or people are being murdered. We did have a gunfight at the bowling alley a couple weekends ago, but a lot of the crime and perception has to do with nuisance crime that people see around town. And for those of us who've been here for quite a long time, we just don't have that feeling of this is a publicly safe, quiet little town anymore. We get a different perception. So I think there's a bit of a disconnect from what I'm hearing and what I'm hearing from the council. Those are basically my two questions. Because I think the surveys are fantastic and they're wonderful and they're a good thing, but I guess getting them out to the people of Pinole, I'm not sure how that's happening. Maybe we can optimize that a bit. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Flyers was sent to every single citizen to the city of Pinole, and I actually received it and took a picture of it here. I know you cannot see it, but it was sent to every citizen. And this has a QR code where everybody can actually go online and answer it. So I can ask Director Guillory to provide additional information that what was done, but go ahead, please.
Yes, so in addition to the mailers that went out to all residential and commercial addresses in the city, we also posted the flyer on the city's Facebook page and the city's website under current topics. And it was also included in the administrative report.
Probably we can ask the consultant, the communication consultant, how we can have, what we can do to engage more interest in having people answering those survey in the future. I do remember in my days being in college, you had to provide food to people to have them participate in community events. So probably next time we can provide them a free hot dog if they were to answer the survey. The other question was related to the nuisance and how much of it is reported, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, so I completely understand that comment, and I agree. I don't I don't see it as a disconnect, but I do think we are in some ways talking about different things. And I know that Chief Gang and the entire police department recognizes that not all crimes, including some minor crimes, are reported. So the good news is that part one crime is the most significant crimes, both property and violent, are going down in the city, which is great. There, of course, is still crime in the city. And as the mayor mentioned, a single, part one crime is one too many. The chief did address this issue with kind of quality of life crimes when he made his presentation to the city council regarding police department activities. I do encourage members of the public to listen to that presentation. And as many of the council members expressed tonight, I really, really strongly encourage you to reach out to the police department to share your experiences regarding your, witness or being a victim of crime, if unfortunately that's the case, but also your perception, so that the police department is fully aware of it and can design programs to address it.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. I don't see any more hand raised. Any questions? We can move on to the next item if it's okay with everybody here. That's fine. Perfect. Thank you. That concludes item 5A. Let's move on to item 5B. Preliminary proposed long-term financial plan for fiscal year 2022, 2023, 2026, 2027. And tonight we will receive a report and be providing direction to our finance director, Guillory. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So the recommendation is to receive the report and to provide direction to staff for any changes that the city council would like to see in the next draft of the document, which is the revised proposed version, which will come back to the city council at its meeting on May 17th. So to provide an overview of the long-term financial plan and the purposes that most agencies use it for, including Pinole, is it forecasts the city's budget condition over the next 5 years by incorporating a 5-year financial forecast. It identifies major financial challenges so that we can proactively start to address those challenges, as well as take advantage of any identified opportunities. It recommends policy and program changes, and then also serves as a reference to staff and the council for the development of the operating and capital budgets, as well as other financial and operational needs. So it helps to inform those processes by taking a longer term look at the budget and the city's overall financial condition. So for this version of the long-term financial plan, we have prepared the status quo financial forecast. It includes the general fund, which also includes the Measure S 2006 and 2014. So it's a combination of those three funds. It indicates that our ongoing revenues are sufficient to cover our ongoing expenditures, and that we can also fully fund the general reserve as per the city's reserve policy. It shows a significant increase in the property tax in fiscal year 23-24 due to the retirement of debt from the former redevelopment agency. And what that does is resets the baseline for property tax, where we'll have additional residual property tax coming into the general fund once that debt is paid off. Like the baseline budget, it also excludes the non-recurring revenues and expenditures. And then one highlight also is that the long-term financial plan now includes financial forecasts for all funds. So that includes the general fund and all of the non-general funds. So the assumptions are pretty much the same as they are for the baseline budget. The only difference here is that we did an average growth rate over the 5-year period to come up with the average growth rate. The bases of assumptions are the same. We use the same resources for that. The difference here is that we just extrapolate 5 years out from the base year. And the fiscal year 22-23 baseline budget is year 1 of the 5-year forecast. So the chart here just is a roll up, and it depicts the general fund status quo financial forecast over the 5-year period. And as we can see, the revenues either exceed or slightly below the expenditures, but generally speaking, the 5-year forecast shows that the budget will be structurally balanced over the 5-year period. So as a reminder for some of the major challenges that we identified in the plan, going back to the environmental scan that was done with the strategic plan for 2020 through 2025. And we also included information from the community survey that was done in 2019, as well as the one that was launched in 2021. And we see some of the same items that is showing up in terms of priorities for the community in the new survey, where some of the challenges include the infrastructure maintenance and replacement and funding some of those longer term unfunded capital projects. Climate change and environmental issues continue to be challenges that are identified, public safety services and the police and fire services, and then also public transportation. On the flip side, the long-term plan also identifies some of the major opportunities, again, looking at the environmental scan from the strategic plan and the community survey from last year. We see that there's opportunities for environmental initiatives, including the use of green and renewable energy, economic development. We do have a strategy that's underway to attract and support small businesses, redevelopment of sites for new businesses and housing, and also the revitalization of the historic downtown that could add to the economic development in the city. The policy alternatives that were identified in the long-term plan includes the unfunded and deferred liabilities for capital projects, as well as funding our other post-employment benefits. So opportunities to do that. Service and program expansions in the way of expanding existing services, any new services, capital expansion, and also contributing more funds to the city's reserves. Looking at additional revenue and expenditure reduction options, it includes additional revenue. We are, or the city council is considering placing on the ballot the changing the city to a charter city and including the increase for the real property transfer tax. So that will fall under the category of new local revenue. Looking at initiatives by the federal government for funding, and we've also received an allocation from the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and then additional cash from debt. So looking at debt financing options for some of those longer term capital projects that are currently unfunded. And some of the expenditure reduction options includes assessing the retiree medical benefit, and then also looking at various process improvements and efficiencies that could contribute to reducing the city's costs. So with that, staff is recommending that the city continues to maintain its current staffing and service levels. There were a number of organizational changes that were made last year following the organizational assessment and the fire study. So a number of key positions were added to the organizational structure. So that's been taken care of. And so staff is not recommending any drastic changes to the current staffing and service levels. Also to start to address some of those unfunded liabilities, primarily capital asset renewal, as well as funding other post-employment benefits. So looking at pursuing revenue generating opportunities, whether it's in the form of local revenue, local tax measures or otherwise, and then evaluating the debt financing options. So that's where this comes up again, looking at the various options such as the general obligation bonds, lease revenue bonds, and some of the other options that are out there. And then lastly, staff is asking that the city council provide direction for changes to incorporate in the long-term financial plan, given the information that you have for if you'd like us to pursue these recommendations, or if you have others, we can add them. One thing I'd also like to add is that, as City Manager Murray mentioned, we do have the status quo forecast that's included in the long-term financial plan. But what that allows us to do is, if you direct staff to look at what impacts any changes would have to that status quo forecast, we could provide various scenarios in starting with the status quo and then making any adjustments. For example, if we included the anticipated revenue, if the real property transfer tax measure were to pass, what does that look like, and how does that impact the condition over the next 5 years? So we could definitely do that if that's the direction of the city council. So the next steps is to incorporate any council directed changes and then to prepare the revised proposed version of the plan and bring it back to the city council on May 17th. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Finance Director. What I would like to invite to the city council to do is ask the questions and comments together if they have. But I will just start with the public comments. Madam City Clerk, do we have any people on Zoom who want to ask any question?
Yes, right now we have two. We'll start with Cordell Hindler. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Henley, and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Finance Director, for this overview again. I really learned a lot. So as I was listening to it, I said, I was going to ask the same questions I said at on the last item. So I think the answer is already covered. So I'm looking to see what the council has to say, what direction they want to go with. So that's it.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Tony Gutierrez.
Yeah, I have a question on the comment made earlier by the city manager. The city manager seemed to indicate that there are no demographic changes in Pinole. I guess what I'm seeing on the ground seems to not jibe exactly with that. So having said that, I would like to know what data or what's the source for the data for that comment of that there are no demographic changes here in Pinole. And I would also like to know how the demographics were considered in developing the 5-year plan. And I just like to when I have a few seconds left, just slightly revisit the Balancing Act survey. It did get mentioned here once again. I didn't receive that in the mail. So maybe whoever the city is using to do their mail outs, maybe they're working from an old list. I don't know, or maybe I'll get it in 2 weeks. I have no idea. And anyway, as I said, I only found out about it because I saw it on the patch. So there is a need for some efficiencies in that process because, you know, that was a very nice survey, but unfortunately, I don't think it's getting to very many people. We have approximately 22,000 people in Pinole and only 100 people are responding to the survey. There's a bit of a disconnect there. Thanks a lot. I'll see if I can get some answers for those questions. Thank you.
So thank you for the comment regarding the mailing. We'll check with the mailing list and we'll make sure to send you a separate flyer. We do get returned postcards for undeliverable addresses, but we'll make sure that we'll check the mailing list and make sure we send one to you. The sources of information for our trend analysis or demographic changes are the Census Bureau. So we use two different data sources, something called the American Community Survey, and also because we just went through the decennial census, we are using information from that as well. So for the purposes of the long-term financial plan, the question, the most significant underlying question about demographic changes is there going to be a demographic change that's going to result in a different demand for traditional city services? So those would usually be driven by a significant increase in the population or a significant change in the size of a particular demographic group, the elderly, the young, the unhoused, the unemployed. And so the data that we have from those sources, American Community Survey and Census, do not lead us to believe that there are going to be any significant changes, significant enough to warrant a change in our service and staffing levels over the course of the 5 years. So, Director Guillory, did I miss anything or any other questions?
No, I think that sums it up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That no more comments, no more additional comment to that question, correct?
No, I think City
Thank
Manager
you.
Murray handled.
Then I will turn it back to City Treasurer. Do you have any question or comments, sir?
Yeah, just a question of, thank you for your report, by the way. That was very well put together. I didn't see anything on our list of potential other revenue sources that included applying for grants. Now, maybe that's a sub item and not strong enough to warrant being on that list, but I thought that maybe that should be added to the list as potential revenue sources in the future. That's all.
Thank you.
Yes, we could consider that in the long-term plan as well. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you. I just want to go back to public comments. I realized that I haven't addressed public in person here. So, Menes, you have a comment, please? Please go ahead. Thank you, Madam City Clerk, for reminding me.
Thanks again. So I have several comments on this item. First, I'd like to draw everybody's attention to page 25, where it states that Pinole's median household income is $104,904. And I would note that for Contra Costa County, the CDBG program limits for households as of April of 2021, a low income household of 4 is 109,600. So the median household in Pinole falls under the low income household definition, which I think is worth considering whenever we're discussing matters of affordable housing, though that's not the topic here. Let's see. I would like to echo staff's request that the city consider addressing the longer term problem of unfunded other post-employment benefits other than pensions, so retiree medical benefits, so on and so forth. It seems like a significant concern the city should look farther into. I have some questions on page 27. It looks like somehow the general fund reserves are generating substantially more revenue from interest in the year 22-23 and ongoing than they were previously. I'm curious as to how exactly the city is accomplishing that. I'm also concerned that increased deficits are forecast from 25-26 onwards to the point where the budget looks to me like it's structurally imbalanced. You've got ongoing deficits from 25-26 and 26-27 in terms of the overall status quo. So you don't have a colossal problem because fund balance is sufficient that it can be drawn down to cover some of that cost, but I'm not necessarily sure that it could still be called a structurally balanced budget. So I'd like it if staff could go into more detail as to why there's this projected imbalance and what steps could be taken to correct for it. On page 33, it appears as though overall there's roughly $400,000 per year, broadly speaking, unbudgeted that could be done for capital outlays in the gas tax fund. I'm curious if that's correct or not. It looks as though there's a structural deficit in the public safety augmentation fund, though due to the fund balance again, that doesn't seem to be a huge issue. On page 35, and sure, I'm at the end of my time, so.
Finish your last question.
Okay, so on page 35, it looks like there's a structural deficit in the fund balance for the stormwater fund. And I was curious as to how a fund could have a multi-year deficit in the fund balance. I can understand year-over-year deficits in revenues being funded by the fund balance. I'm not as clear how it can have a negative fund balance over multiple years. With regards to,
I think you can ask the next questions via email if you don't mind. I will, Director Guillory, do you have enough information to be able to answer now? Or would you like to answer Mr. Menez via email?
We can follow up with email. I have some of the answers now.
Okay, perfect. I will be right with you, Councilmember Thomas. You wanted to add a comment related to the median income
Yeah.
being below the average. Go ahead.
I'm looking for the source, but the 104,000 area median income for a family of 4 in Contra Costa County, that would be the 100%. And so that's not low income, that's median income. So 80% of that would be considered low income.
right, the source I got it from was the county's website for the CD. The source I got it from was the county's website for the CDBG program, the one-page PDF that simply says income limits by household size effective April 2021. And it states that maximum income of households which are low income, 80% of AMI for a household of 4 will be 109,600.
And they're saying that the 109,000 would be the AMI, the
That would-
area median income.
That would
and
be
low income-
80% of the AMI.
Right, it would be 80% of that.
So my point on that particular item was that Pinole's median income was below that number.
But it's not low income because 80% of the 109,000.
No, 109,000 is the 80% number.
No,
I understand. We
we
can
can
talk. We can talk about it. But just to clear, and to the point of Councilmember Thomas, Pinole is not falling below the median income.
it might be below the median income, but it's not low income
Low
because
income.
low income would be 80% of the median income.
I don't want to start a debate here, but we get back to you with more information, Mr. Menez. Director, please go ahead with the question that you would like to answer.
Okay, so for the first point regarding the structural deficit, we're showing deficits in fiscal year 25, 26 and 26, 27. And we said essentially is structurally balanced when we compare the amount of the deficit to the overall budget and being able to address that through the annual budget process. So looking at those trends across the 5 years, the budget or the forecast is structurally balanced if we look at the comparison of the size of the deficit versus the total expenditures. For the second point on the interest income for the general reserve, it shows that it's projected to increase over the 5-year period. And this is because as more additional funds are added to the reserve, those are additional idle funds that will generate interest income. And we're transferring funds to the general reserve each year to meet the city's reserve policy. And because there's more cash, that generates more income. So that's the assumption there. And then on the non-general funds, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the specific funds that Mr. Menace.
I think he was talking about the gas fund, page 33. And he was talking about the safety, public safety.
Okay.
I think those are the 2 items, the stormwater fund.
I'm happy to weigh in on the gas tax fund. It does have a growing balance. The way that but that's only because we haven't accounted for one-time capital projects that would use those funds. So this is the accumulation of the normal receipt of those over time, and we just haven't budgeted the expenditure of those. And so those will be programmed as part of the CIP. It is also the case that sometimes we accumulate a few years worth of resources in that so that we can spend on afford to have a larger project. So yeah, that is something that the capital program staff will be working on, is the programming for the gas tax fund. And I think Director Guillory, there's a question about the public safety augmentation fund and the stormwater fund.
Okay. And I believe on the Oh, yeah, and just to go back to to add a little more information on the gas tax fund, it does align with the draft capital improvement plan. So as City Manager Murray mentioned, once that is refined, we will update the forecast for the gas tax for those for future years. For the Public Safety Augmentation Fund, I believe the comment was around the ongoing deficit in each year.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
that's explained by the fact that we happen to have a large fund balance there that we intentionally want to spend down because we don't want to have those program funds sitting idle. So when we say that the overall city budget is essentially structurally balanced, it doesn't mean that in every individual fund. And if we have an accumulation of money in a fund, we want to put it to good use because it could be providing services. So that's the case with the Public Safety Augmentation Fund.
I just wanted to note that I got a message from Councilmember Tabe saying that he's having technical difficulties, so he may not be fully connected.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll be waiting back for him. Any other question that would like to address, Madam Finance Director, at this moment? Or would you like to follow up later on?
Yeah, I can answer the question on the stormwater fund as well. I think the question was the same regarding the deficit and it's spending down the accumulation of fund balance there for a number of capital improvement projects.
And a question was, how can we have a negative fund balance in multiple years? And that's, it's kind of counterintuitive, but it's possible. If you have, for some reason, an expenditure over revenue for a limited period of time, you can go into a negative position. That deficit is backfilled by cash that's in the city's pooled cash reserves and other fund balances. So in this kind of a situation, this individual fund is essentially taking a loan from the city's other pooled resources until it comes back in the positive, which it does within the life of the forecast.
Thank
That
you.
answers all the questions that were raised in that public comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to apologize to Mr. Menace that I was incorrect in my description. And I do have the area median incomes up. It is 109,600 median income for a household of 2, and it jumps up to 137,000 for a household of 4, and 80% of that is 109. So you were correct in that. I think it would be worth seeing how we characterized it and what numbers we're using for the median household income of 104, if we're characterizing that as a family of 4, or if we're characterizing that as
It's any family. So that's, I think, is the disconnect there. That's
Yeah,
the
there's-
median household income regardless of the size of the family. So we have some, single individual households in Pinole that might be earning $104,000, which would be a low income if it were 4 family members, but it's not low income.
Okay.
So we don't have a average household size of 4 people. The average household size, I'm sure, is between 2 and 3. The low income levels for 2 and 3 are 88,000 and 99,000.
Right.
So that's those numbers are not comparable because the census data is across households of all sizes.
Okay, so
That we can't conclude that the average household in Pinole is below the poverty line
okay,
based on what we have here, and I don't think that's correct.
okay, but I wanted to correct my statement. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. While I'm with you, please continue with any questions or comments that you may have.
No, I didn't have any questions. Just thank you for this, succinct report. And I look forward to seeing any revisions that come forward. I think there was some discussion as to whether or not we would use any potential revenue from a transfer tax for the long term. I think that might be necessary for helping us make a decision as to whether or not we put it on the ballot, but I don't think it belongs in the long-term financial plan, even to speculate.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead, and then I will go back to Councilmember Tave. Do you know if Councilmember Tave is reconnected?
Haven't received a message. I don't think he
Okay,
has.
we will just go ahead with you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to understand better who would be providing that information about potential revenue coming in from a transfer tax? Or is that going to be our consultant? Or are those that kind of forecasting expected from staff for the consultant?
So we've already done, there's already been some forecasting of that in the prior discussion of a potential real property transfer tax. And so it's yet to be determined by the city council whether you want to place that on the ballot and what the tax rate would be. My recollection is that if the tax rate were about the average of other East Bay cities, which is 12%, it would generate approximately $2 million of new revenue per year. So that's a sufficient planning level estimate for something like the long-term financial plan. But I have just a little bit more, but happy to, if you have a question on that, why don't you go ahead and ask?
Yeah. Thank you. And so is that forecast of approximately $2 million additional dollars in revenue if there were a transfer tax? That's already just, I want to leave clear, already estimated, included in the long-term, it's not.
No.
Okay, so I misunderstood what you said.
So so I'm going to take a step back to last year's long-term financial plan. So last year, we created the city's first long-term financial plan, and that had a long-term forecast. And then it also outlined a bunch of challenges and opportunities that the city was going to be facing over 5 years. One thing that first long-term financial plan did not do is it did not recommend any specific changes to service levels or changes to revenues. It really just laid out the landscape, and that was because it was our first one and it was quite a hurdle just to get that one completed. So this long-term financial plan that we're working on this year is going to be more traditional, in which the city council can include specific recommendations for changes to service levels or changes to revenues. So in this draft version that you're seeing tonight, the city staff has included our recommendations for the city council's consideration, which is we don't change any of our normal annual staffing levels or service levels, but we do take some steps to address our deferred capital and our unfunded OPEB liability. So that's one of the recommendations of the plan. And there needs to be then an offsetting new revenue source. And the city's, the recommendation in this draft version of the long-term financial plan is simply that the city look for new revenue sources. It would be appropriate in a long-term financial plan for the city council to get more specific about that. So the city council could approve a long-term financial plan that says it's the city's policy and our long-term plan to try to fund this deferred capital and to start to pay down our OPEB. And we have decided, and it's our policy in this long-term financial plan, to do that through these specific revenue measures. So the long-term financial plan could say, we're going to put a ballot measure on the November 2022 ballot, asking for an increase to the real property transfer tax, or the long-term financial plan could say, we're going to put a ballot measure on some future ballot for a general obligation bond, or it could say, we would like to explore multiple opportunities and would like staff to come back with additional information. So it can get as the long-term financial plan is supposed to be a long-term guidance document, and it can be as specific as the city council wants it to be. If the city council doesn't have enough information to choose between those alternatives and provide direction right now, we can leave it general at this point, and staff can continue to do some research. And staff can do some research regarding other revenue options in-house. When it gets to a certain level of complexity, we might have to rely on consultants for that. There are, public finance consultants who would look into that in greater detail. As a planning level document, though, we have some estimates of what our OPEB liability is. We have some estimates of what our capital needs are, although those are somewhat general because we're doing these assessments. But we could pencil in some figures And the long-term financial plan could also pencil in some figures of what new local revenue mechanisms would need to obtain to start to chip away at those unfunded needs.
That was very helpful.
Okay.
So I'd like to see some general, some research, staff do some research on some general, I think, I hope this makes sense. It'll tell you if I understood or not, right? Approaches to increase revenues. I don't want to bypass the council's interest to get the community's perspective on what type of revenue source, whether that be a transfer tax or a general obligation bond. I want to be clear on that because I don't believe is up to the council exclusively to determine. But I would want to get a sense of the different, what the forecast would be. I see that, and pardon me if I'm oversimplifying that, but I see that as an Excel exercise. You insert figures, estimates of certain amount that you might anticipate receiving, and you anticipate receiving those because, again, you do the research and the work that's required that for a city of this size, given the population, given the income levels, et cetera, all the variables that you need to take into account to come away with some sense of those figures. I would like to see that.
Yeah, that can be incorporated in the next version. So we can do that. We already have the data for the real property transfer tax, and we can do that for a general obligation bond too. The counterpart to that is having a really, somewhat well-defined estimate of what our needs are. And again, we have that on OPEB. It's not as clear on capital, and we've talked about how much money we need each year to make progress. That's still not entirely well-defined, but I think it's well enough defined to say that if, for instance, we wanted to have a real, property transfer tax that generated $2 million a year, that would we could certainly invest that in capital improvements or OPEB and more. We wouldn't be raising more money than is needed to completely address those. So it would be safe to do that. We could also find out how much bond money would need to be raised and what the general obligation bond property tax override rate would need to be for what period to generate X number of dollars for capital improvement. So those are both things that we can include in the next version of the long-term financial plan.
Yes, and one other piece of information that has come our way via various reports and meetings is the figure that we have in mind, the $42 million that we would need for our streets. So I don't think we ought to ignore that, but tell me otherwise, why this was not something that you mentioned in your comments.
Well, when I say deferred capital needs, that includes the streets. So yeah, and that $42 million is a specific measure of a certain type of standard over a certain period. So that's not just one number. The city council can make a decision about what level it wants to improve streets to,
right,
and all of that. So we can include some additional information from our capital asset assessments on that.
I think it would serve us as well as, again, the public to have an ongoing appreciation for the difference between a project that's only $60,000 versus millions and then tens of millions of dollars, when we also discuss and in response to public comments about the kinds of projects and kinds of improvements that they would like to see in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. This was an excellent comment. Do we have Councilmember Tave back online? No, we'll go back in a few seconds. I would like to go back to what Councilmember Martinez just stated. And City Manager Murray, you stated that, first of all, I would like the City Council to have a long-term budget that incorporate the capital needs of the city of Pinole. And according to my last public conversation that I had with the city engineer, that was approximately $100 million of unfunded CIP. And when I listened to him, I believe it was between $40 to $50 million for the roads improvement, and then an additional $16 million for the sewer that we need to fix also. That both together is already 66 million, plus I believe it might be another 40 million for a total of 100 million. And according to the city engineer at our last meeting 2 weeks ago, when I asked him the question, he advocated for $8 million per year for the next 10 years. So we were to reach $80 million worth of CIP money that the city would need for the next 10 years. So what I would like to do, and if the council is fine, is that we agree on a policy on having, as Councilmember Martinez Ruben suggested with your advice, it's to agree on having a budget for the next 5 years that incorporate the capital improvement needs of the city of Pinole at $8 million per year. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
That is not what I requested, Mayor Salimi. What I requested was research by staff to give us a sense of what the city needs and what kinds of revenues we would
Thank you. I asked the
have to
question- I
address
asked the
it.
question-
That's different from requesting
Yes.
a policy about revenue we don't even have yet.
I asked the question, and the answer that came back to me was $8 million per year for the next 10 years, just for the CIP. But I'm open to getting official reports from the staff, Breed and Councilmember Martinez, but I think it's important for us to acknowledge that that there's a need, and that need needs to be documented in a 5-year plan. And I don't know exactly what that need is because I haven't received the official report as you suggest to get one, but I would like it to be acknowledged and incorporated so that we get to address it now. Go ahead, please.
Precisely because we don't know what
Yes.
those needs are and what the amounts are. Let's have staff spend some time presenting information that we know about now with some forecast, and then take it from there.
Mr. City Manager, would it be possible for us to get a report on what the CIP needs will be before we can finalize that item?
So just a couple of comments on that. One thing that's really important in raising the funds to address the capital needs is there are two different issues. One is having the cash on hand to spend on those capital projects. That's different from the ongoing revenue stream that you need to support those. So I do have to mention that the $8 million per year for 5 years is not a figure that I have vetted. So I think that's a planning level estimate, and I would, I don't think we can take that as, is our formal estimate at this point. We're still in the midst of a lot of capital asset condition assessments. You can also, so there are all sorts of variables to what condition you want to improve the roads, over what period of time. Different funding mechanisms will apply to different kinds of improvements. So for instance, the sewer system has a dedicated revenue stream, which is from the ratepayers. We wouldn't use a general tax like a real property transfer tax or even a general obligation bond to pay for improvements to the sewer system. The sewer system could issue its own bond guaranteed by the fee revenue of the sewer system to fund those improvements. So those are kind of in a different bucket, the wastewater treatment plant improvements and the sewer collection system. So those, I wouldn't count those towards the $100 million, and to raise revenues to make those repairs would not require the voters. So I think we're unfortunately, we're at a little bit of a, we don't have all of the information we need about our outstanding capital needs. We can provide a planning level estimate. I think $100 million is a fine one, but there are a lot of levers that would impact that. And then I don't think we're prepared to say how much money we need each year in terms of a repayment stream to address that, because we could borrow right now to do a lot of work and not have the revenues right now. We don't need necessarily $8 million in ongoing revenue each year to do $8 million of capital work for 5 years. So that's a question about the financing. I also frankly don't think we have there's a potential new local revenue stream that would generate $8 million per year. So there's a lot to be worked out here. I do think it would be appropriate, and we will add some additional information about our capital needs into the next version of the long-term financial plan. And I will ask the Public Works Director to work with the Finance Director to talk about how much funding we need and what the timing of that funding is to make these capital improvements. And then we can figure out what the ongoing funding stream is needed to support those. And I think that's about the best we can do at this point. Does that seem correct, Director Guillory?
Yes.
Okay.
I understand you're stating that you're gonna come back to us about what we would need and how we can incorporate it in a 5-year plan. Is that what you're stating? Just want to make it.
To the extent that the many, many studies that are underway, and we cannot complete, any more quickly than consultants can do, then we can incorporate. So we'll incorporate all the information we have about our capital needs and the cost of those improvements in time to be incorporated into this draft of the long-term financial plan.
Thank you. I understand the challenges that we are facing, and I'm not blaming anybody. I think the previous council in the last 20 years had to deal with a lot of crises, and 2008 and everything else. But now we have to look at what's going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years, and it's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. And the sooner we address those issues, the better of the city will be, because the longer we wait, that number of 100 million will increase every year because of increased costs associated to depreciation and associated to additional cost of material.
Escalation.
But just for us to have an understanding that it is something that needs to be addressed, the sooner the better. And would you be able to get back to us before the end of the fiscal? Is that something that you can provide us a report before the end of the fiscal year? Would that have to be?
Yes.
Okay, so that the council get to know and understand what the number will look like.
So we'll provide you with whatever information we have. We have different assessments underway for different types of capital assets. So we'll provide you with as accurate an estimate as we can come up with, but it's, we can't create really precise numbers overnight. It's not a staff exercise. We need experts to come in.
I also understand, Mr. City Manager, that we cannot go from a staff of 5 people overnight to a staff of 20 people addressing all those needs in 1 year. It has to be slowly increasing. I understand the concern, and we are here to work as a team. And I personally don't know all the funding mechanism, and I've asked the city finance director to provide us a report on what options we have to increase the revenue for the capital improvement plan. I think one of them was the ballot measure that we may be putting as part of the real estate transfer tax. You mentioned the general obligation bond, and I don't know what it includes, and other multiple alternative sources of revenue that we may have, and that may require a consultant to come back to us and provide us with information. Is this something that the city council can direct you on eventually creating a budget, on having a consultant to come back to us and provide us alternatives and how we can improve and increase those sources of revenue? I understand that $8 million is a rough number, but the real estate transfer tax would only increase will bring in eventually $1 to $2 million per year. It will still be a gap of $6 million per year that needs somehow to be filled out somehow. And I'd like to know how that's $6 million. First of all, is that feasible? Is that possible? And how we can address that gap for the next 5 to 10 years?
So yeah, we can have a consultant, but I don't think we need one yet on the revenue side. I think city staff can provide some additional information on the different mechanisms and estimate what the revenue would be. But what we need the consultant assistance on, and you don't need to appropriate any new money because the city council has already appropriated money for the needs assessments, is the consultants to tell us how much money is needed to bring our infrastructure up to, a serviceable level. And so you've already appropriated the funding for that. Those studies are underway. So we can incorporate, as much of that information as we have. And I think it will be enough to make some long-term decisions as part of this long-term financial planning process.
Do you think it's feasible?
Do I think it's feasible
to be able to come with an extra $8 million for the next?
I don't think we know enough to say that that's the right number quite yet. So
Yes.
I think that's the question that's why we need to continue doing these assessments. And so some of these facilities can be improved over the course of, say, 50 years, or the OPEB liability could be paid off over a number of years. So we need to look at those options before we can say how much new money we need each year. I don't think we know that yet. Staff does not.
The roads will get more and more expensive the longer we wait, because the worse the road condition, the more expensive that will be to maintain it. But at least we know that is that $40 million that needs somehow to be addressed
to get to a
Yes.
certain level that might be a higher service level than the city of Pinole needs.
I
We'll have
think
to see.
being aware of it and addressing in a general long-term plan is the first step, and
Absolutely.
working on how we can finance it and what option we have can come later on. But understanding it is the first challenge that we have. I don't have any other comments. Councilmember Tave?
I don't have an update and he's not connected at this
It's not
Okay.
on.
Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just ask, we have an unallocated sewer reserve, as I recall. And I know we don't have that in front of us today, but that's really, it's my understanding that that's intended to get us started on some repairs to our laterals and may get us towards the filling some of the needs that are going to be identified in the sewer master plan. And the reason I bring that up is because if you have the big number of, infrastructure needs, we do have to break it out as far as what's in the bucket for road improvements and what's in the bucket for sewer, because there's different revenue tools that we have to pay for that. We have some reserve, and we also have the ability to bond against the fees. Whereas for the roads, if it's a general obligation bond, it would have to go in an election, and I think it has to go in a general election, which and somebody can correct me if it's known, if it's only during a general election every 2 years, or if it can be in a special election. Let's just put that on the list to check on. Yeah.
Thank you. So the item to get back will be the list of what is required on a CIP and how much it will cost. And then another question that was asked, it's what are the sources of revenue that we may have, the ballot, the general obligation, on any other alternatives. And the third question is, when can those be put on the ballot, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And those will come back, those will come back incorporated into the next version of the long-term financial plan. So not as a standalone, memos or anything. Those will just be addressed as additional content. But just to really quickly, the comment on the sewer fund, there isn't a reserve, but we have a really large fund balance.
That's what I.
So something like, something around $20 million, which is common in those types of funds because you have large capital expenditures. So you're accumulating them in order to make.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments at this moment. I think we'll conclude item 5B. This is an important meeting, and I always say that that type of meeting is the most important meeting of the year. And I just want to make sure that we go through all those items so that we don't end up being in a general meeting until 2 o'clock like last year. This is, as I said, is the most important meeting of the year, what we're doing right now. Thank you for your patience. That concludes item 5B, and then we'll move on to item 5C, which is the overview of proposed project for fiscal year 2022-2023 to a year 2026-2027, which is the 5-year capital improvement plan. And tonight we have Director Mishra. Thank you for your patience, and we look forward to hear, and we would have millions of questions for you and how you're going to pay for all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff, and members of public. Dave, can I share my slides?
Please do.
Thank you. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Here to present the overview of the draft capital improvement plan for the financial year 22-23 to 26-27. Staff is seeking direction from council on any additions or deletions to this draft proposed capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan addresses public infrastructure needs, supports community priorities, and aligns with the vision described in the general plan and strategic plan. The CIP document identifies City of Pinole's capital needs and identifies projects to be implemented over the coming 5 years. The draft 5-year CIP lists about 40 projects. For year 22-23, there are 31 projects. We have just added a category called infrastructure assessment, which lists the ongoing planning and programming efforts for various city infrastructure. These efforts were actually listed as projects in the previous CIP. The current categories what we have is facilities, parks, sewer, stormwater, street and roads, and infrastructure assessment. There are 5 new projects added to this financial year. This is in anticipation that the request to add 2 positions in the public works will be approved by the council. Our current master efforts are going to be complete soon and will provide us a significant list of capital projects. We expect that there will be adequate work for the 2 proposed positions for over at least 10 years if capital projects are funded. And we will be still needing a consultant occasionally to supplement with that effort when the projects ramps up. So those 5 projects which we added falls under parks. There's a pocket park at Galbraith, and under sewer, there's the effluent outflow design work and a replacement of diesel tank, which is continued from the last year. And the sanitary sewer rehab, this would be a new project which we are expecting to address some of the deficiencies we have in our wastewater collection. And as I just mentioned, we will be adding an energy audit into the infrastructure assessment section. This shows the budget summary for over the 5 financial year 2023. The total budgeted amount is roughly about $7.3 million. And fund sources are as shown here. The major fund sources are from Measure S 2014 and also from the Sewer Enterprise Fund. The next few years, the CIP projection remains almost same except for year 3rd and 4th, where the huge amount of city street improvements are included in the anticipation that the San Pablo Avenue Bridge would get built from the grant fund that we are trying to pursue. And that's why the huge amount of funding allocation for 24-25 and 25-26. Next steps. I just mentioned, we are actually finishing up our local road safety plan, sanitary sewer collection system master plan, and also we're finalizing our pavement technical assistance program, which is going to give us the details of our conditions of our streets and roads in City of Pinole, and provide us with various financial scenarios as City Manager mentioned, and the needs for those scenarios, how much money we need to spend to get to what level of roads, what PCI level of roads we need on this. We'll be requesting additional positions for the upcoming year to assist with capital projects. We are conducting a balancing survey via Balancing Act with our finance division to get an understanding of priorities by city members. And turning to the finance subcommittee with the CIP document and the detailed project sheets, we'll present draft CIP to the Planning Commission, and then we'll present the CIP to the Council for review and adoption. project list that we have in this year's 21-22's project list. And we have not planned any of these projects in the 22-23. We would like any direction from council if they want to add, delete, and fund any of these projects. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do you mind going back to the previous slide before this? Okay, let's leave it there. Thank you. And then
Okay.
I would open it back to public comments, please. Any person in Zoom?
No, there are no public comments on Zoom.
Thank you. Public comment in person.
Yes, Rafael Menez.
Yeah, yes, we'll go back to the city city treasurer as part of the council member. But if he has any question, please, Mr. Menez, go ahead.
So for this item, my questions are quite limited. With regards to the additional positions requested dedicated to capital projects, the Associate Civil Engineer and Public Works Specialist in FY 2022/23. Are the requests for those included in the FY 2022/23 baseline budget that was discussed earlier on in the evening? Or would those need to be added into the budget and then the future costs associated with those positions then need to be further extrapolated forward in the 5-year plan and so on and so forth?
That's your only question?
That's my only question for this item.
Thank you. Mr. City Engineer, did you hear the question? Would like to address it now?
Excuse me, Mayor, I can answer the question. It
Please
sounds like
go
it's a
ahead.
budget question. So no, the positions are not included in the baseline budget. That would be in addition to what's budgeted for positions.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No more public comments.
Perfect. Then I would turn it back to our city treasurer, Mr. Swearingen. Do you have any question or comments at this moment? Please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, got a couple of comments.
Yes, you had the
I see
comments related
the-
to the park and the soccer field earlier. You can restate them here. If you have any additional
me?
comments, please go ahead.
Talking about here, I think. I didn't have any other comments. I do, but they can pass.
Take your time.
My comments on the unfunded project list. And I see the cost for our PG&E at our sewer treatment plant is really, really high. And I'd like to see included in this list, although I know it's not funded, but we've talked about for quite a while, solar inclusion of city facilities. Well, city facilities, I assume, includes the sewer treatment plant. But I think that ought to be a primary one because of the cost of the electricity for that plant is fairly significant monthly. And I think we could save quite a bit of money if we could just find a way to fund that solar operation. We funded 2 operations several years ago, and we had the senior center and the city on those lists also to receive photovoltaic solar. But I would like to see those listed out as separate projects so they could be looked at and analyzed as far as a cost evaluation. I think the sewer facility or the treatment plant would be the most costly one, probably up to 1 megawatt of solar down there. Also, I like the idea of recycled water from the treatment plant. That's something that I know another former council member and myself also were very interested in after we completed the plant, was to look into that possibility because water is going to become scarce soon. And not too early to start looking at the feasibility of recycled water from that plant. Those are my comments on the list, and thank you very much for the list. It's fairly complete. Thank you.
Thank you, City Treasurer. So you had questions related to and comments related to the solar inclusion for this water sewer treatment plant that could be incorporated, and the other one was related to recycled water treatment. that I believe Councilmember Dave has been mentioning for the last few years. City Manager Murray or City Engineer, would you like to add any other comments on those two items, please?
I can answer a couple of questions.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So regarding the recycled water feasibility, that has that project is funded. We are going to that or pursue that feasibility report this financial year, that is 22-23, and plan that. And as far as solar at the wastewater treatment plant, we have discussed about it, but the issue with that, we haven't have a consultant come and do a review, but we do have an energy audit plan for city facilities, which would give us a little more detail about whether it is possible or not. But just to make sure that everybody understand, our wastewater treatment plant is pretty tight, very small, and it is not enough room to really provide solar. But however, we would be analyzing that through energy audit. And if anything comes out of it, we will put that as a CIP project and bring it to council for recommendation.
So if I may just to clarify, so both of those issues are already scheduled as CIP projects. They're planning and assessment projects. So there is a project to look at energy generation efficiency and storage at every city facility. That's in the proposed CIP for next fiscal year. And there is a feasibility assessment of recycled water at the plant. That's also scheduled for next fiscal year. And we're anticipating that we'll have a presentation from another jurisdiction that implemented a pilot project this fiscal year. So information will be forthcoming to the city council on both of those things.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms, please go ahead.
Sure, a couple of items. I just heard tonight that the bocce courts fell off the CIP, and I hadn't heard that before. Confirm that, or?
Yeah, I don't recall what month it occurred, but originally the city had, and Director Michaud, correct me if I'm wrong, the city had applied for a state parks grant to fund the development of the bocce courts. The recommendation that the city construct the bocce courts was an outcome of the work of the Fowler House Reuse Committee. The Fowler House Reuse Committee suggested some potential locations. It turned out that when Public Works capital project staff looked at those locations, neither of them contained enough space to hold a bocce court. The locations that I believe were recommended were the Horseshoe Pit in Fernandez Park and in a space adjacent to the Senior Center. So we did not have a shovel-ready project for the development of the bocce courts in time to use the state grants. So instead we pivoted, and I believe we got city council approval to use those state grants for renovation to the playgrounds at Fernandez Park and Pinole Valley Park, which we discussed earlier tonight. Don't know, so if the city council would like to do a feasibility assessment to identify a location for bocce courts, that is something that could be included in the CIP, but the original idea for the locations ended up being infeasible.
Yeah, it just seemed that, well, I wasn't aware that we modified and took the project off the CIP. It just seems like it should have, if there was a change to the funding, it should have at least been preserved on the unfunded project list. I was on the committee a couple of years ago, and that was, it was sort of a, an agreement with a lot of the Community Services Commission and the seniors as far as building the parking lot at the senior center, because there was a request to, do bocce there. And, just because it's not feasible in the places that, were mentioned, perhaps it should go back maybe to the Community Services Commission or have another look at where could it go? You know, can it go out by the, you know, in the outfield of the baseball field, kind of near the railroad right of way? I know that, you know, we looked at that for a skate park at one point, and it wasn't feasible for a skate park, but it might be for bocce. Just kind of throwing it out there. And then earlier, Council Member Tave mentioned a community garden. And I didn't remember that that was if it was in the CIP, but I would like to take the opportunity now to at least state that when we do the parks assessment,
Master plan.
that perhaps that's where we should take a look at it.
Thank you for that comment. That's a perfectly fine way to address it. We can also, I think, that, again, as I mentioned earlier, there's some question about whether it was a significant enough project to really be a capital project. And if not, maybe we could implement it more quickly. So why don't we proceed with the course that we discussed earlier, which is city staff will come back with information about what a community garden might look like in cost. And then the city council can decide whether it wants to appropriate funding in this upcoming budget for that, or wants to wait and see what the park master plan reveals. I'm looking at this item related to the bocce courts as actually part of a city council item from February, which was an update of the meeting of February 15th. It was an update on the capital improvement plan. And there was a discussion of the bocce courts, and what the staff report says is the city intended to utilize state parks and recreation grant funds to construct bocce ball courts. Staff explored the installation of the courts at Fernandez Park, but due to the dimensions of the court, it's no suitable space. The city had submitted 2 applications for that state funding as an alternative to address playground surfaces. It's anticipated that the park master plan will identify space for recreational opportunities, including bocce ball courts. Staff recommends that this project be deferred until the park master plan is complete, as the plan will determine the need for bocce ball courts. So I think it fell off as a result of it having been agreed that it would be addressed through the park master plan.
Okay.
But I think it's perfectly fine to add it back to this list so it lives in a couple different locations.
That would be great. I would recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was one of the item that former mayor and actual city treasurer Swearingen wanted, the bocce court, if I remember correctly. And I'm glad you mentioned that and you put it
He
back
and I
into.
were on the committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments, ma'am?
No.
No, okay. Then I will turn it back to Councilmember Tave. Is he back? No?
Yes, I just wanted to, for the record, he returned to the meeting at 9:40. There he is.
Sorry about that. I'm happy with the community garden being part of different discussions. But I still would like to have staff take a look at it and maybe just come up with something simple and specific. Can you guys hear me okay?
We're getting a lot of feedback, Councilmember Tate.
Sorry. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll just leave my comments there. Is it? I'd like to see. Can you guys hear me? The funding to be some type of funding being looked at for community garden and approaching some of our community organizations that might be interested.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. So a couple things catch my attention here. The Hawk, the last item, installation of high intensity activated crosswalk. I know I've seen that elsewhere named something else. So I'm wondering why it appears as unfunded. It seems to me that
Can you guys hear?
that we do have some funding and not all the funding. So I'm not sure if the request here is to move it from an unfunded project list to what I believe is already funded and renamed. So that's one question. The Director Mishra is looking up something here.
So for that particular Hawk signal, it seems like there was an effort by the Public Works Department previously have hawk signals installed at various intersections or in the city. But those locations were not identified. We are hoping that once we complete this LRSP, which have identified some intersections and maybe some locations for where we can do this improvement, that the LRSP would address those. Once we understand, then we'll estimate, then we can actually move those to a capital project once we have those details.
And if I may, we'll, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, we'll review the history of this because at one point, the improvements that are now planned for Appian and Marlesta were anticipated to be a hawk, but we got additional funding so that it's going to be a fully signalized, which is a higher level of pedestrian safety. So I'm happy to talk with Director Mishra and our capital projects manager to confirm that whether or not this unfunded item was any more than just that intersection. If it was just that intersection, then we can take it off the unfunded project list.
Okay, good. Thank you. Because yeah, my interest is to continue with doing something at that site, that location. No need for a study. I think we've identified Marlesta and Appian is
It's already underway. The design's
Yes.
already underway for that. So that's
good.
moving
Okay,
forward.
good. Then I mentioned Freya House renovations. If we're to just not lose that, and I don't know if it's remained on this unfunded project list or based on whatever's going to come back from staff about renovating the Freya House, then that's when we reconsider this list or another list for that.
We would take it off the list if it became funded. So we will come back as part of the budget item with information on the cost of the renovations. The city council can then decide to fund it. If it funds it, it will be removed from the unfunded list here in the final CIP for this year.
Good, thank you. There are other projects here that make me think that even though we may not have funding for them, the work that staff needs to do to either just keep them top of mind, research, seek, and align with funding from sources outside of our city, namely state funds. If that work is what we have to think about now, or if we don't even address the time to be spent on research, do we remain with these projects on this unfunded project list? I'm not sure if I just made sense, but I'm thinking that since we have Director Mishra here, Director Mishra, again, I'm going to mention my recent involvement with WICTAC. It just seems so tempting to want to align the timelines that relate to the different transportation plans that we have going on and the opportunities that may exist in discussing projects with our county, your county counterparts, WICTAC counterparts, and getting some of the transportation projects as examples ready for funding. Does all of that activity that you, Director Mishra, and anyone else on staff have to do, does that happen? Is that going to happen? Or do we have to actively identify a project from this list to say, yes, Director Mishra, make sure that you're spending the time to seek out those funding sources, et cetera, to take a look at what recommendations will appear on the plan documents. This is what I still don't understand, but I just don't want us to lose the opportunities that are underway outside of Pinole. I just don't want to miss those.
Yeah, no, understood. So we do. I mean, as we're tight staffed, but we always look for the funding opportunities. If we see that there is a funding opportunity, say a safe route to school funding opportunity comes as an active transportation plan or active transportation funding. If it comes through that, we will definitely go for that. But the only thing is, a lot of these projects, grants are competitive. Unless we have a shovel-ready project or we have at least a environmental portion of the project is done, our projects are not usually competitive to get those grants. But some grants which are allocated, those grants we can get, and we actually can prepare a project, a smaller project at short notice. So we do definitely, that's why this unfunded list is actually in back of our mind that, okay, we have some of the projects we can do, but we are not going to actively pursue them unless there is a grant opportunity is presented to us. That's how we look at it here.
I would suggest, though, in looking at this list, and I unfortunately was unexpectedly unable to participate in the finance subcommittee discussion of this, but this list is a carryover from the CIP last year. And just glancing here, we know that some of our master plans that are currently underway are going to answer the question of whether we should be doing some of this work. So I would respectfully suggest that we defer further discussion of this unfunded list until staff can go back and kind of group things. So for instance, the all-weather access roads are going to would be addressed through the EOP and possibly some other road studies. This installation of Hawks is going to be addressed through the local road safety plan recommendations and possibly active transportation. All those sewer related things are going to come from one of the sewer system master management plan. So Director Mishra, how do you feel about that recommendation, which is staff goes back and identifies which of these are going to be informed by recommendations of master plans that are already underway? Because otherwise it's kind of a hodgepodge of items that address many different types of assets, some of which might be revealed as priorities from these master plans, others not.
Yeah, I think that's a fair recommendation. Yes, we can review with the other master plans being that is under progress to complete, and take out those projects from here and make that part of the recommendation from those master plans. That sounds appropriate.
Thank you. Yes, and so that relates to the transportation ones, which seem to be a little more obvious to us. But similarly, for department directors, other than Director Mishra, I'm looking at the eucalyptus grove restoration, the trails, let's see what else is on there. The tree, well, there we have it. We have a tree master plan. So yes, if the items on this list can be grouped by and somehow matched up with the timing of documents to offer recommendations, I think that would help us, because otherwise we keep seeing these items again and again, and we're not ready. We being the city, we're just not there. And we keep hearing, well, we're in the process of getting an assessment done, or we will need an assessment. Thank you. And that was not only for you, Director Mishra. It was my reaction to City Manager Murray's suggestion. Thank you.
No more question or comments from our council members. Thank you for the presentation. I see a lot of good projects here, Director. I just think that at this moment we don't have the money and we are understaffed. So if we, we are here to help you, and you have to let us know what is required. And I think we will be getting a report from you before the end of this fiscal year by stating what is needed and how much money will be required and what the staffing requirement will be for those projects. I think we have a plan, but we just have to finance it, and everything is durable if we can, put the plan and the financial part together. Nothing's impossible. We just have to start somewhere. That concludes my question and comments. I don't see any other question and comments from any person in the public. Thank you very much for your help, and we'll close item 5C, and we'll move on to the next item here on our list, which is item Before I close, I would like to thank everybody here, all the department head for your excellent presentation and being here with us and answering to all those questions. Thank you again. Next item will be item 6, which will be adjournment to the regular City Council meeting of May 3rd, 2022 in remembrance of Member Schwartz. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.